guys, you're looking at trouble. And the reason I say trouble is we watched the Gulf and the Atlantic heat up with very little tropical storm activity in the last 2 or 3 years. Each year, I always say that because of that, the next summer is going to be warmer. And if you get a low pressure area that can break this high dome that's above here, where the El Nino is, guys, we're going to have trouble because this thing had just moved into some very hot water. I've got the models, and guys, don't go away because this could become a very powerful storm. The most powerful one that I remember was Hurricane Michael that formed in the Gulf. We've had strong storms that got a little bit lower pressure and all, but they formed either in the Caribbean or out into the Atlantic, somewhere down in that area. But Michael formed here. And every year we track these storms here, and I always like to use my models and the satellite images I see, and I try not to look at any of the other weather predictions until I get a clean look at it. And each year we'll put in our own models and our own projections. If you remember in Hurricane Michael, it was coming up Cat 5, guys, and predicted it to go pretty much north, maybe come into Pensacola, to this area. But I saw a low pressure system breaking over to the right. And I said, this thing's going to turn right very quickly. And people listened, and it did. Michael turned in there, wiped out a lot of people, guys. They said it was a 4. They went back and looked at the forensic evidence, and it was definitely a Cat 5. And again, the people that watched the video, they came in and talked about it, saying they were glad they were watching because they left their homes when they thought it was going to bypass them and slam a little further to the east. And so we have a pretty good record, and I'm not bragging, I'm pointing out that experience means a lot. What we're seeing is trouble. I said if we get a low pressure system that slips in under the high pressure system we've been seeing, we're in trouble. Superheated water. Texas is already inundated, guys. What have you got? In some places between there and Mexico border, 40 inches, maybe 24 in some areas. And we had, that's.
All right. It's Friday night, I guess. 17 people. You are up to 23,188,285 shares of Railtown. 23,188,000 shares. That's incredible what you've done. You are a hedge fund. If you want to hear the rest of what I started here, that's the Real BP Earthwatch. And it looks like there's going to be a major storm out of the Gulf. Hang on one second. Sorry about that. I promised one of you guys to make a bunch of phone calls on the gold company today. That was one of the returns. And so otherwise I wouldn't have interrupted this call. Let's start again. Railtown sits at 23,188,285 shares. Bravo. 23,188,000 shares. I forget where I was, so we'll just oh, I was talking about this hurricane coming down in Florida. Looks pretty bad. Let's see if we can get some of the ouch, 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 ouch. Let's see if we can get some of the stock prices quickly. Okay. Okay. Looks like Railtown closed at 23.9, 23 cents, 9.239. The one that Tolstoy King wanted you, I don't know. He's in and out so quickly. I don't know his standing now, COSM. That's actually up a little bit aftermarket, but it's still down. The trend is all down. Finger is 33.97. You know, that's headed to 20 cents and probably lower, and a reverse split. And finger pointing, corruption. Hey, how can we do it? It's the SEC's fault. Wow. GDC 163. Kind of, I guess, down slightly. Remember, that did a 250 reverse split. The one that came out, another Brent Sun special, Nixie, $1.16. Don't, these stocks always have the hype and the manipulation of what's currently in the zeitgeist. And then as it runs up, the Grim Reapers, they just cut down the field, and you're the field. And then they go on to the next one. And then they'll come on and hammer me. I've gotten all sorts of hatred that I'm somehow the cause of all this. I'm not causing this destruction. I'm not responsible for the complete abandonment of the retail investor in low price stocks. I'm not. So having said that, what's my strategy here with the low price stock? Two of them, in fact. In both cases, Railtown and Total Metals, management has not. And of course, I can't predict what management does in the future. Look at Brent Sun. Look at Martin Shen. How do you predict? They can always sign one of those notes by the charlatans. Unfortunately, I don't think the SEC is ever going to go after their paymasters. So maybe the way to do it, put one of these CEOs in prison for 10 years for signing a toxic convertible note. Because the SEC is trained to go after CEOs. You know, It's like uh, uh, the drug trade. We go after the suppliers. Maybe just put all the users in jail, and then there's nobody to sell to. It's just an endless circle. It's depressing, actually. Um, one of your friends sent me uh, the latest update from NextBridge. Let's go through that quickly. It's not long. NextBridge Hydrocarbons provides guidance regarding dividend share distributions. July 17, 2026, NextBridge has received a significant number of inquiries from shareholders concerned about the accuracy, timeliness, and reliability of dividend shares being credited to them. In response to this, our transfer agent, Equinity Trust Company, has provided assurance that within their system, all directly registered shareholder accounts, including those holding paper certificates, as well as all brokerage account, quote unquote, bulk certificates, will be credited with dividend shares on a 1-for-30 basis on July 22nd, 2026. It's one of the reasons I've hammered move your shares, because at least you'll know for sure. What's going to happen with the bulk is if you're at one of those brokerage firms that has bulk certificates and they're kind of balanced, you can be reasonably assured that what's in your account represents the shares you should have. But what's in your account, everything you buy on the street is called a security entitlement, because during Bill Clinton's presidency, they changed the rules. When you're under $5, there no longer is research, investment banking, human beings staking their reputation. There's never an inflated stock price with which to acquire another company. You can't acquire another company without signaling your intention first, so the Grim Reapers can start their machines. It's all rigged. It's all rigged. And so what's happening here with NextBridge is those bulk certificates at a place like Fidelity, for example, and in my best information, they're not going to come close to having enough shares. So here's the trip. The first time around, it's all computerized and it's all accepted. And the attorneys, who are basically liars wearing a suit, and the regulators, who were wimps wearing a suit, and the brokerage firms, who are wolves pretending to care about you, they've set this system up. And the brokerage firms own the DTCC. So they've come up with mechanisms to ever prevent a run on the bank. They've turned the security system into a fractional reserve system, just like the cash banking system. That's all they've done. I mean, those are my words. It's not a perfectly descriptive, but it's what they've done. And so what they have to prevent is runs on the bank. And they've got it all figured out. And they lie, they cheat, they work with the hedge funds, they work with the fraudsters. It's all it's pretend that there's any rules they're enforcing on your behalf. So what'll happen is this really critical decision that human beings are going to have to make. The first time around, as those people offshore started trading in MMTLP fraudulently, and then once they got one share traded, they could start shorting the heck out of it after the stock rallied, and they probably had promoters out there. Well, they just sold, my understanding is they sold as many as 2 to 3 billion with a B shares of MMTLP off of a bulk certificate situation of maybe 150 million shares. And it wasn't cross-border arbitrage. It wasn't currency arbitrage. It was just complete fraud. Well, when through, just, I think, odd circumstance, MMAT disgorged Torchlight's assets in MMTLP, it kind of tripped the whole system up. Sure, they destroyed MMAT, and all those technologies will go to China, or they'll go to some other Wall Street fund. I can't believe that Trump is spending his time bombing the world on behalf of Israel instead of fixing this. This would make more importance to the strength of the United States than how many slightly brown people you kill and maim on behalf of Israel. But our priorities are fealty to Israel. In fact, we're going to combine our military and Israel's military. I didn't vote for that. I didn't vote for John McCain. So I don't know. I'm glad I didn't switch to the Republican Party. But I can't, the Democratic Party, oh my God. Are you serious? AOC, here we come. All right, so what's going to happen with these bulk certificates? The first time around is all that hypothecating and rehypothecating and exemption for reg show, looking the other way, moving settlement dates, dark pool trades, offshore trades, all of that. The people at the brokerage firms can say, oh, well, I didn't see it. I'm new here. And we didn't recognize what was happening. That's the way it always happens. Smile, wink. But that's right. They can say the computers did it. But this time, they have to do it. This time at Fidelity, if Fidelity has, I don't know, a few 100 million shares, maybe 500 million shares, security entitlements, let's do something easier, 600 million shares out in their system, but they only, making it up, I don't know, they only have 100,000 shares in their bulk registry at the DTC at Equinity. Well, they're going to have to, let's say it's 90,000 that they have. So they're going to get 30,000 warrants, and they're going to have to put it into, I'm so bad at it, 600. They're going to have to put it into 200. Let me figure it out. Darn it. 600 million divided by 30. Oh, I was going to say 200. Into 20 million, they're going to have to create 20 million shares, put them in your account, and they're going to have to put on it that it's NextBridge shares. They're not going to be able to hide behind derivative contracts. They're not going to be able to hide behind, the trading, the secret trading systems, the proprietary trading systems that Ann Wagner wants to protect for you. It's not for you. They're not going to be able to say, hey, it's so urgent to sell my shares of a stock that wouldn't even be trading if we didn't have this fraud going on. It'd be trading by appointment. That I don't have time. I'll clean up the paperwork later. There's no market makers lying, facilitating, so they can say, oh, hey, do you have the shares? The market maker can just say to the seller, do you have the shares? Yeah, okay, good enough. Put in the ticket. The brokerage can call and say, hey, are you going to deliver the shares? Yeah, my client has them. They're going to sell them. Okay, good enough. And it all passed the smell test. It's all okay. But not now. There are no market makers in this transaction to take the fall. There are no stock loan desks to authorize the trade. There are no high frequency computers spitting out extra shares because that's the setting on the button, so that the compliance officer can say, oh, I didn't know. I'm new here. Yeah, I'm just a girl. No, she's going to have to say, well, that's interesting. We have to deliver 20 million shares into our system, and we've only got 30 million that we got because of our position. How are we going to do that? Not 30 million, sorry. We only got 30,000. We got to deliver 20 million. We got 30,000 at the DTC. This time, they can't hide behind the opaque trading or the lying or the manipulation. She's got to sit down and she's got to authorize with her signature that Fidelity issues to each account holder shares representing the dividend. It's fraud. She can go to jail. As soon as she realizes that, she's going to cry. Say, I can't sign it. It's a very interesting dilemma. I think the only way out of it is if they put into your accounts a promise to deliver. And they say, look, when the stock starts trading, we will honor this obligation. But that's going to be really tricky to do without admitting the whole system. But at least she wouldn't be creating fraud that could put her into jail. So it'll be really interesting to see how Fidelity handles this. Okay, so the subsequent, so Equinity has credited the shares properly. To you if you have your shares physically, to you if you have your shares at Equinity. To the brokerage firm in bulk certificate form if you have your shares at the brokerage firm. But they're up in bulk. It's in the name of your brokerage firm. So the subsequent crediting of dividend shares to individual shareholder accounts within each brokerage firm is the responsibility of each firm. But she's not paid to take this risk. She's not paid to go to jail. I don't think she's going to do it. Most of these crimes are committed by men, by the way. I don't think overall, I don't think women have this dishonesty that men do. So I don't, to the extent that the regional managers and compliance officers are women, I don't think they're going to commit fraud. The men, I don't know. It depends if they have an alcohol problem or if their bonus is tied to it. But I think it's going to be very hard. Anyway, they continue here, but shareholders should rest assured the shares will be added to their brokerage firm's bulk certificates appropriately. Very clever sentence there. That sentence is, I'll read it again. The subsequent crediting of dividend shares to individual shareholder accounts within each brokerage firm is the responsibility of each firm. But shareholders should rest assured the shares will be added to their brokerage firm's bulk certificate appropriately. What does that really say? Well, going back to the example I used, if it's Fidelity in my example, Fidelity's receiving 30,000 shares appropriately. But Fidelity has in their accounts in black and white 20 million shares that they need to honor. There will be no formal corporate action regarding this matter as NextBridge is not DTC compatible. I hope it never is. Questions regarding the crediting of individual brokerage accounts with the dividend shares should be addressed directly to your brokerage firm. NextBridge chairman and CEO and general all-around hero Greg McCabe stated, quote, I am pleased to reassure our loyal shareholders that the team Equinity is of the highest caliber of professionalism and reliability. Their record-keeping and task execution abilities are impeccable. We have heard shareholder concerns regarding ledger inaccuracies, and while we do not know the true width and breadth of any imbalances that may exist, we hold on to our confidence that no brokerage firm would knowingly or willingly credit illegitimate shares into their customers' accounts. At best, this would be a violation of applicable securities laws, and at worst, it would be a breach of the public's trust tantamount to theft from both our shareholders and the company. Beautiful. What a beautiful statement. What a beautiful statement. But here's the problem. What allows this system to go and elide securities laws is something else Bill Clinton put in with Secretary Rubin. There's no regulation on securities. On derivatives. So derivatives can be used to create synthetic shares. Derivatives can be used to offload the issue non-existent shares. And if you control 19 out of the 20 parameters that are going to drive a stock downward, like you get rid of research, you get rid of natural buying or recommendations across retail brokerage nationwide by outlawing or making it not allowed to recommend or buy in the major brokerage accounts any stock under $5. You have no trading desks. You have nobody supporting the stocks. There's no investment banks that help out these stocks. So you know that if you put into place the high frequency Grim Reaper machines, high frequency trading, you can drive this down. If you go hire a Dan Bordino or a Frank Benedetto or even a Ham, I don't think he does it, but somebody that has a following, a Tony maybe. I don't know if any of those guys do it. I just don't know other names, but those kind of people, you get them to pump it up, or they're just stupid enough to hear something and they pump it up for free. I've never heard of anybody working for free on Wall Street other than myself. The grim reaping, that the retail gets the price up, but it can only go so far. The grim reaping continues, the stealing, the whole process. And so this says no brokerage firm would knowingly or willingly credit illegitimate shares to their customers' accounts. That's Southern charm there, boy, because they do it. But it's under the guise of exemption, Red Show exemption. All the that's how it happens, but not this time. So it's a very clever statement that he made, because this time they can't hide behind the derivatives. They can't hide behind the computer algorithmic trading that was automatically set in motion. They can't hide behind a stock loan desk that they can blame. Oh, the F3 button. They can't hide anywhere. The compliance officer or the ROP or the maybe the that is fraud. That's securities fraud. You could lose importantly, as a representative of Fidelity in this example, it's a pure example, Fidelity could lose its license to be a brokerage firm. But that's not going to happen. Fidelity owns Ann Wagner. Fidelity owns Congress. Fidelity owns the regulators. But what could happen is Fidelity ejects their regional manager or their ROP or their compliance officer who signed off, said, hey, we didn't know about this. She was at fault. And she goes to jail. Just like the attorney that I first highlighted way back when we talked about MMTP, people picked up on it, but I found that blonde Goldman Sachs attorney that worked on NASDAQ at the same time. On FINRA at the same time. I can almost see her name. Plummer, Catherine Plumer. Anyway, she's now in trouble. Why? Because they know to keep it at arm's length from themselves. And she thinks, well, okay,
all the data last night, different highways, all of that. But this, guys, has been brewing. And again, they've been looking a little further to the north. Let's look at some of the models and let's look at the tracking, guys, because Texas and Louisiana, this thing could bring a lot of moisture on top of what you already have in your.
Anyway, something's wrong with it. Looks fine now. I just have to upgrade my computer system. It's, I think, it's just built-in obsolescence. It looks fine now. That shouldn't happen anymore. Sorry about that. So anyway, let's move on from that. The point is, though, that this is a really neatly laid trap, and I don't think the compliance officers and the senior people at the brokerage firms are going to want to sign off on this. The rest of it always happened under Obama. They split the banks. It always happened over on the prime brokerage side. They're not going to want to break the law. I wonder what they'll do. He's a truly he's a mensch. He's a mensch. So where do I go from here? Where do I begin? to tell the story. Oh, Megxit U-turn. Harry and Meghan are going back to the UK. I doubt she's going back. All right, quit that. Hi, William. Hi, Clay. Eddie Eagle. Afternoon. Afternoon, Sir William. T. Alex. Howdy to you too. Hello. And unknown stuntman. Hi, Uncle Bill. Hi. Please stop with AOC. It'll be news scum before her. No, it's going to be AOC. It all depends if they get the voting act passed, which I don't think they will. And it depends if Republicans retain control of the House, which I don't think they will. I think the last 2 years of Trump's presidency is going to be very difficult for him. But he made the decision, you know. Nobody that he voted for wanted him to do what he's done. So I'd say the miracle would be if he's able to contain the ability of Iran to shoot at ships, and somehow he can build the American presence around the Strait of Hormuz for the next 20 years, maybe, but I don't really see that happening. I don't really see it happening. We'll find out. He's pulled success out of surprising situations before. All right, let's go with what I had to talk about. Not very much, I guess. But I don't know where I'm supposed to start. Oh, here. This is where I'm supposed to start? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Here's Junk Savvy. That's Junk Savvy. Junk Savvy talking to the SEC, talking to FINRA, talking to the hedge funds. That's Junk Savvy. All right. Here we go. Let's see what my train of thought was. Oh, on the idea of cloud that I brought up yesterday, my idea. I said, are there too many cloud services? Would it be unnecessary for Railtown to create Conductor Cloud as a service? Would it be expensive, time consuming? Do they need to build data centers? The collective answer is no. Conductor Cloud is not another cloud service competing in a crowded field, and Railtown does not need to and is deliberately not building data centers. It is a high margin orchestration and agent deployment control plane that becomes more valuable precisely because there are already too many and more coming clouds, hyperscalers, and regional sovereign GPU clusters. It becomes more valuable because precisely because there are already too many clouds, hyperscalers, etc. So the macro layer, the cloud is fragmenting while the real scarcity moves up the stack. Fragmenting in the sense that you don't have a concentration of ownership or players. There are too many pure infrastructure plays. AWS, Azure, GCP still dominate, but AI demand has triggered a land grab of specialized and sovereign capacity. CoreWeave, TELUS, Bell, Uniserve, regional Canadian builds, and various AI factories. Capacity is constrained. Power is the new bottleneck, and customers, especially regulated or data sovereign ones, want optionality, not lock in. At the same time, the economic center of gravity is shifting from training to long-running inference and autonomous agents. Agents that run for minutes/hours, make sequential decisions, call tools, and consume continuous GPU, CPU. They create a new class of runtime economics that pure IaaS was never designed to optimize or observe. I assume that's internet as a service. The scarce high value layer is no longer, quote, who owns the GPU rack. The scarce high value layer is who owns the intelligent control plane that can route, secure, observe, bill, and fail over those agents across any of those racks. That's Railtown. This is a classic abstraction play. Think early Kubernetes or multi-cloud control planes, but purpose-built for agentic workloads. What Conductor Cloud actually is. I don't know that there's anything called Conductor Cloud. This all comes from a question I asked, but on the other hand, I only asked it once, and from its research, it keeps coming up with this. So I don't know how to comment on that. From the company's own materials, Conductor Cloud is listed as their agent deployment services, the direct analog to LangGraph platform in their comparison table. And you've seen those, that's way back. It sits in the orchestration framework layer above LLMs and above the hyperscalers. Customers can deploy on Google Cloud, Azure, Conductor Cloud. Railtown gets paid either way. The platform was deliberately built data center agnostic from day one. Conductor decides where the workload runs, handles observability, RCA, tracing, chain of thought, security posture, cost tracking, and very critically, redundancy across partners. That's where I came up with this idea. If Railtown needs to have redundancy across a ragtag group of data centers that are not Google, Microsoft, Amazon, that's how I started thinking, well, aren't they setting up their own alternative? And if Conductor is the one directing everything, nobody knows where their data is. Couldn't Railtown just be customer facing as its own cloud? That's where I got it from. But I'm sure that's no genius leap. I'm sure it's just one of those wisdom of the stairwell type things that everybody else thought about. The platform was deliberately built data center agnostic from day one. Conductor decides where the workload runs, handles observability, but most importantly, redundancy across partners. The revenue model is explicitly, quote, share on compute revenue, unquote, with the hyperscalers and partners, Azure, AWS, GCP, Thales, Bell, etc., plus platform slash enterprise fees on the conductor ADK plus RAG plus observability stack. Open source Railtracks drives adoption. In other words, Railtracks is out there for developers to use, get comfortable. It's free, it doesn't generate revenue. Enterprise Conductor plus cloud deployment, Enterprise Conductor plus cloud deployment monetizes. In the May 2026 call, these are from my notes. Let's skip that. I'm just gonna, just out of caution, I took a bunch of notes which I've used as a source of data, but I want to be careful with it. So the winning position in the agent era is likely the neutral Railtown, multi-cloud Railtown, multi-sovereign runtime orchestration layer Railtown that owns the agent lifecycle: build, deploy, observe, optimize, failover or fallover. I can't see if that's an I or an L. Hyperscalers will keep trying to pull everything into their own AI Foundry Vertex Bedrock equivalents. Vertex, that's interesting. But the moment customers demand true portability or sovereign, Vertex, I think, is Amazon, or sovereign routing, especially in Canada, Europe, and regulated verticals, a pure play control plane wins. Railtown's Canadian ecosystem positioning, TELUS, Uniserv, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AIP, is not just nationalism. It is a natural moat in a world where data residency and AI sovereignty are becoming non-negotiable for non-trivial percentage of enterprise spend. Risks remain real. Execution speed for Railtown, hyperscaler native tools improving more quickly than expected. That's competition, and the usual pre-revenue capital needs of a small cap platform company. However, they have all the money. They have a strong treasury, and they're commercializing. So they have all the money they need. But the strategic choice to stay infrastructure agnostic and monetize the orchestration inference layer rather than compete on steel and power is the correct one. Conductor Cloud is not, quote, yet another cloud service. It is the attempt to become the operating system slash control plane for the agentic workload itself. That's what I think it can become. But I think if Railtown just gets a piece of the total addressable market and isn't the whole thing, you still have a massive return. There are going to be competitors. There are competitors. But, there's room for a lot of luxury cars. There's room for a lot of wealth advisors. There's room for a lot of brokerage firms. GCP, I said. I think it's Google, but I didn't know. GCP is one of the core hyperscalers in Railtown's multi-cloud agnostic strategy, not a competitor they are trying to displace, not a platform they need to replicate. How Railtown treats Google Cloud. From the company's decks, Google Cloud GCP is explicitly listed alongside Azure, AWS, Thales, Bell, and Rogers as select hyperscale partner. I'm not sure I've ever seen that Railtown is a partner with Rogers or Bell for that matter. We do know they're a partner with Microsoft, Amazon. I don't know about Amazon. Telus. Anyway, I think that's not accurate. For auto deploy and compute revenue share. I think it's heading that way. Don't get me wrong. Conductor Cloud, their agent deployment service is designed so customers. I should try to go to their websites. I have before, but maybe they've updated it. Conductor Cloud, their agent deployment service is designed so customers can run agents on Google Cloud, Azure, or the Conductor orchestrated option. Railtown gets economics either way. In the three-pillar architecture they show, I don't know, Google Cloud sits in the bottom, hyperscalers level. I don't know where they're getting that. Railtown sits above it in the orchestration frameworks layer alongside LangChain and Google's own ADK. AIP affiliates, their partner network, already spend meaningful dollars on Microsoft, AWS, and Google Cloud platforms. Railtown is trying to insert itself into that spend via the control plane. In short, Conductor is built to run on and route to GCP, Google, not to replace it. Why this matters strategically. Google is aggressive on the agentic stack, Vertex AI, Google ADK, Gemini Enterprise, Agent Protocol, Agent Gallery. That is both a risk and a tailwind for Railtown. Risk, if Google makes its native ADK plus Vertex tooling good enough and sticky enough, pure multi-cloud orchestration becomes less necessary for pure Google shops. Tailwind compounder angle. The better and more capable Google's and Azure's, AWS's individual platforms become, the more enterprises will want a neutral control plane, the more they'll want a neutral control plane that prevents lock-in, adds cross-cloud observability, cost governance, security posture, and especially sovereign regional routing options. Canadian regulated or multi-cloud customers are exactly the segment that does not want to be 100% dependent on any single hyper cloud US scaler. Why this matters strategically. Google is aggressive on the agentic stack. Vertex, Google ADK, all that. This is a risk and a reward. I read all this. The risk is, of course, if Google makes its native ADK and Vertex tooling good enough and sticky enough, pure multi-cloud orchestration becomes less necessary for business inside Google. Tailwind compounder angle, the better and more capable Google's and the rest of them, their individual platforms become, the more enterprises will want actually a neutral control plane that prevents the enterprise being locked in and adds the ability to move across clouds. Railtown's explicit design choice, data center agnostic from day one, means every improvement Google makes to its agent runtime or inference economics can still flow through Conductor if the customer chooses the multi-cloud or hybrid path. That is classic picks and shovels on top of picks and shovels positioning. The current status: there is no public deep co-sell or exclusive marketplace partnership announced with Google Cloud the way there is with Microsoft. Founders Hub, partner, co-sell ready, or the more recent Thales Sovereign AI Factory deal. GCP is treated as a first-class citizen in the technical architecture and the revenue share model, but the commercial relationships appear more developed with Microsoft and Canadian regional players like Thales and Uniserv. Bottom line for Railtown: GCP is not a problem they need to solve by building their own cloud. It's one of the major highways their orchestration layer, Railtown's orchestration layer, is designed to ride. The more fragmented and more powerful the underlying clouds become, including Google's agent push, the higher the potential value of a neutral conductor control plane that can intelligently route, observe, and monetize agent workloads across all of them. So could it be called the Conductor Agentic Cloud or something else? It's the new cloud transformation to AI for everything. In other words, the cloud is being transformed. Yes, agentic cloud, or more precisely, agentic control plane / multi-cloud agentic runtime, is a strong and increasingly legitimate framing. You know, the guys, or it was a girl that comes and tries to ridicule. This is why the computers don't pick up information. It's forming in front of your eyes. This is a space and an industry and a transition that's being created on the fly, and they're naming things on the fly. So, you know, I suppose that has risks with it too, but bottom line for Railtown thesis: GCP is not a problem they need to solve by building their own cloud. It's one of the major highways their orchestration layer is designed to ride. So could I call it agentic cloud? Yes, but also agentic control plane, multi-cloud agentic runtime is a strong and increasingly legitimate framing. We are moving the conceptual shift. We are moving through distinct cloud eras. The cloud 1.0, that was infrastructure as a service. Okay, infrastructure as a service. Rent, VMs, and storage. Cloud 2.0 is the platform plus containers plus Kubernetes, abstract the machine, run microservices. And Cloud 3.0 is what we're evolving to now, agentic cloud. The primary unit of work becomes the autonomous agent, long-running, multi-step, tool-using, decision-making software that consumes continuous inference and acts on the world and acts with other agents. In this regime, the scarce high-value layer is no longer pure GPU capacity. It is the control plane that can build and version agents. Well, that's Railtown. The control plane that can deploy them across any underlying cloud or sovereign cluster. The control plane that can observe reasoning, cost latency, and failures in real time. The control plane that can then route failover and enforce policy across multiple infrastructures, monetize the inference those agents generate. That is exactly the layer Conductor Cloud is designed to occupy. It is not just another cloud in the traditional sense. Railtown owns no data centers. It is the orchestration and runtime fabric that turns the existing fragmented cloud landscape into a coherent agentic agent environment. Industry language is already converging. Microsoft is talking about agentic cloud operations. IBM has launched an agentic control plane. Google is pushing agentic data cloud and managed agent runtimes on Vertex. And others are shifting agent cloud products focused on governance and security. So calling Conductor the agentic cloud layer or the neutral multi-cloud agentic control plane puts it in the right conversation. It is more accurate than calling it a traditional cloud service and more powerful than calling it just another developer tool or observability product. Railtown's specific angle, their version of the agentic cloud is deliberately infrastructure agnostic. Agents built with Railtracks can run on Azure, GCP, AWS, Telus, Uniserve, or whatever comes next. Conductor provides the unified deployment, observability, in other words, RCA tracing, cost, chain of thought, and routing. They take a share of the compute inference economics wherever the agent runs. This is the classic compounder architecture for the agent era. Open source adoption at the bottom, Railtracks, expertise lock-in and observability in the middle, Conductor, and recurring high margin revenue that scales with agent runtime volume at the top. AI for everything almost. More precisely, agents for everything that can be automated or semi-autonomously executed. That's what we're going into. Agents working with agents. The agentic cloud is the infrastructure that makes that operationally realistic at enterprise scale without forcing customers into a single hyperscaler's walled garden. If Railtown can establish Conductor as a credible neutral control plane, especially with the Canadian sovereign differentiation, then yes, they are playing for a piece of the next major cloud abstraction layer. That is meaningfully different from being a pure consulting or point solution company. The language works. Just keep it precise. Conductor is the agentic control plane and multi-cloud runtime. Conductor is the agentic control plane and multi-cloud runtime. Conductor is the agentic control plane and multi-cloud runtime, not a new hyperscaler. That's what gives this thesis its leverage. It kind of connects and controls, I guess, all of the disparate data centers, including distributed ones. Yes, that's the core of the architecture. Conductor functions as the orchestration and control layer that sits above a fragmented set of data centers and clouds. It does not own or operate the underlying hardware. Instead, it connects them and then controls where, how, and under what policies the agentic workloads run. What it actually does. The platform was built data center agnostic from the start. A customer or the platform itself can choose Azure, Google Cloud, AWS, TELUS Sovereign AI Factory, Uniserve, another regional partner, or even the customer's own on-prem servers. Conductor then directs the deployment, handles the tooling, observability, security posture, cost tracking, and billing service. So Conductor controls, it all runs through Conductor. That puts a very powerful pricing position for Conductor and your company. Critically, it can orchestrate redundancy and failover across those disparate sites. If one partner data center has an issue, Conductor can push the running agents to another partner location. The call used routing between Canada and European. Yeah. This is a major value proposition for smaller or emerging data center operators who do not yet have a full multi-site redundancy themselves. This is a major value proposition for smaller and emerging data center operators who do not yet have full multi-site redundancy themselves. Huge. The net effect is that the customer experiences a more unified, reliable agent runtime, even though the underlying compute is spread across independent, geographically distributed, and often sovereign infrastructure. In short, it connects the disparate data centers and controls the agentic workloads that run on them: placement, routing, observation, policy, and failover. Why this matters strategically? This is the classic control plane move. Just as Kubernetes connected and controlled a sea of heterogeneous servers, whose pronouns are them, and turned them into a coherent cluster, Conductor is attempting to do something similar for the emerging agentic workload layer across today's fragmented AI infrastructure landscape. Hyperscalers plus regional sovereign GPU clusters plus on-premises. The more distributed and sovereign the data center world becomes, which is exactly the direction policy and enterprise demand are going, the more valuable a neutral orchestration layer that can intelligently stitch them together becomes. Railtown's bet is that Railtown can own that stitching layer and take a share of the inference economics that flow through it. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to own the whole world. I don't think. I think it means they're going to get a significant part of it, though. So your intuition is correct. Conductor is designed to connect and exert control over agent workloads across a distributed multi-party data center fabric without having to build or own any of the data centers themselves. That is the leverage point. Is this something Railtown can claim, brand, moat? Is there a way to own this, or does the fragmentation continue into Cloud 3.0? Yes, they can claim and brand a version of it. A durable moat is possible in a niche, but owning the entire layer is unlikely. It's so huge. That's okay. Fragmentation continues, and that's actually part of the opportunity. Can they claim and brand it? Absolutely. The category language is still forming and contested. Terms like agentic control plane, agentic cloud, multi-cloud agent runtime, and agent orchestration layer are being used by Microsoft, IBM, Google, AWS, Forrester, which already tracks 33 vendors in agentic control plane landscape as of the middle of this year. And a wave of startups. No single player has locked in mind share for the neutral multi-cloud sovereign capable version. Railtown can and should brand Conductor as one, the multi-cloud sovereign agentic control plane. Multi-cloud sovereign agentic control plane. Two, the runtime and observability fabric that connects disparate data centers and clouds. Three, the Canadian infrastructure agnostic alternative to hyperscaler lock-in. They already have the ingredients: Railtrax build, Rail engine ingest, and Conductor observe plus deploy and route. Sounds like a new law firm, deploy and route. Deploy, route, and screw. They already have the ingredients. Packaging that coherently as the control layer for agentic workloads across fragmented infrastructure is a legitimate brand claim. Wow. Wow. I wonder if he's thought of it. Should I send an email? Should I call him up with my idea? Can they build a real moat, own a piece of it? A narrow but meaningful moat is constructible. Full category ownership is not. So they're not going to own the world. Possible sources of a moat: technical cohesion. A tight loop of open source agent framework leads to enterprise observability, leads to multi-cloud routing plus redundancy. Once agents are instrumented with Conductor and deployed through it, switching costs rise. Network partner effects. every new data center or sovereign GPU partner that integrates increases the optionality and reliability value of Conductor. The more agents run through Conductor, the better the routing, costs, and failure data becomes. Routing or routing, whatever it is, it's router at the end of the day. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Distribution asymmetries. The TELUS Sovereign AI Factory, Uniserve, Microsoft co-sell relationships, the AI affiliate network, and Canadian academic government ecosystem give Railtown a beachhead that pure US hyperscaler tools do not automatically own. Wow. Sovereignty plus multi-cloud positioning. As regulation and enterprise policy push more workloads toward regional or data resident infrastructure, a neutral control plane that can intelligently place and failover agents becomes more valuable, not less, more valuable. Economic alignment, taking a share of compute inference rather than only charging pure SaaS seats, aligns incentives with both customers and the underlying data center operators. Why full ownership is hard. The hyperscalers, Azure AI Foundry, Agent 365, Google Agent Platform, Vertex, AWS, Agent Core, Bedrock are pouring enormous resources into making their control planes the default. Enterprise software giants, Salesforce, Agentforce, ServiceNow, IBM Watson X, Orchestrate are doing the same from the application side. Forrester and others already see a crowded landscape. Neutral multi-cloud layers historically struggle to become the university standards. Kubernetes succeeded partly because it was open and foundation governed. Most commercial control planes remain multi-layer. So I don't know what that means for Railtown. I think it's a good thing, but let's keep going. Does fragmentation continue into Cloud 3.0? Yes. One, infrastructure fragmentation intensifies. More sovereign, regional, specialized, and edge GPU capacity will come online. This is structural because of power constraints, regulation, nationalism, and cost. That fragmentation is a tailwind. It's good for any credible neutral orchestration layer. Two, control plane fragmentation also persists. Expect multiple coexisting control planes, hyperscaler native ones, strongest inside their own clouds, vertical application ones, Salesforce, ServiceNow, etc., governance, security focused ones, and a smaller set of multi-cloud neutral ones. AI for everything. All right, I already said that. I already did that one. So we don't have to go over that again. Um, we already did that one, so we don't have to go over it again. We already did that one. Um, the winners in the neutral multi-cloud sovereign segment will be those who make the control plane genuinely better at routing, observing, securing, and economizing agent workloads across that fragmented bottom layer. What does it imply for the investment in Railtown? This is not a winner take all, the entire cloud 3.0 control plane story. That is too ambitious for a company of Railtown's current scale. Well, what if it gets bigger quickly? It is a plausible, quote, becomes the leading multi-cloud plus sovereign agentic control plane for a meaningful slice of the market. Canada first, regulated industries, AIP network, multi-cloud enterprises that refuse to be locked in story. If they execute on product depth, partner economics, and category branding, the unit economics can be excellent. High margin software plus a take rate on growing agent inference volume. That is classic compounder architecture inside a large expanding category, even if they never become the singular global standard. I think they have a good chance to be the global standard, but it's nice to know they don't have to be for us to achieve our horizon. We don't have to be compromising on the road to our horizon. It's good to know that. It's always good to know things like that. So if they execute on product depth, partner economics, etc., the economics can be excellent. High margin software and a take rate metering on a growing agentic inference volume, agent inference, agent to agent. This is classic compounder architecture inside a large expanding category, even if they never become the singular global standard. The risk is they remain a thin or secondary layer. I don't think that's going to happen. While the hyperscalers and larger platforms absorb most of the orchestration layer, it is a risk, though, which is why I wish Thales, perhaps it's the attorneys, perhaps it's the regulators, whoever it is, I just wish they'd get off their ducklings and start acting, making things happen, producing, getting things done, not waiting for the committee approval. Go ahead and take initiative. The opportunity in Railtown is that the very fragmentation they are designed to tame continues, and they become one of the few credible neutral fabrics that stitch it together. I ask, can you get that report? And I asked some other things. I don't know what. Let's just go to the answer. No, I cannot get the full Forester report. The Agenic Control Plane Solutions Landscape Q2 26, published in June, is a paid Forester landscape report. It costs $2,995 for individual purchase and requires a client login. The public page and search results only show the teaser and the summary and vendor press releases that reference it. I do not have access to the full document, the complete list of 33 vendors, or the detailed evaluations. Well, Forrester defines an Agenic control plane as, quote, a common enterprise governance and control platform that sits above and across a heterogeneous estate of AI agents and AI agenic skills and applies a consistent envelope of oversight, governance, and controls so the agent portfolio can be managed consistently across platforms, vendors, and use cases. It's not the simplest definition. Key points they emphasize from summaries and companies named in it. Key points. Enterprise badly underestimate their actual agent footprint because they use co-pilots, embedded SaaS agents, departmental builds, and shadow IT. So enterprises are underestimating their need for Railtown. That's my read on it. Buyers can't govern agents they can't see. Discovery and inventory are foundational. So they need Railtown, best I can see. The control plane's job is consistent oversight, Railtown. Risk containment, Railtown. Observability, Railtown. And accountability across a fragmented multi-vendor agent estate. That all sounds like Railtown. Vendors differ by size, type of offering, geography, and use case focus. The market is still early and diverse. Still early, a lot of opportunity. I asked, are they thinking about this? This matches the broader analyst conversation. The control plane is emerging as the third functional layer after build agents and embed and orchestrate them into workflows, which I think Railtown does both of those too. Are they thinking about this? Is she thinking about me? Yes, directionally. Forrester and others see the same structural problem. Agents will proliferate across many runtimes, clouds, frameworks, and vendors. Something has to sit above all that fragmentation to provide visibility, policy, routing, and control. Railtown's conductor is more runtime plus observability plus multi-cloud deployment oriented with a strong sovereignty Canadian angle and compute share economics angle than a pure enterprise-wide governance inventory control tower. There is clear overlap in the, quote, sits above heterogeneous environments and connects/controls across them thesis, but Forrester's current framing leans heavier on discovery, governance, and risk for the overall agent estate. Railtown is solving a closely related but more developer and deployment-centric slice of the same problem. On market structure, big three plus one or two. Your instinct is realistic and consistent with how most infrastructure and platform markets settle. Current signals, Futurium foster vendor activity. Microsoft, Salesforce, ServiceNow are frequently cited as early leaders in broader enterprise agentic platforms, operational control planes. The three hyperscalers, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, are each building strong native agent runtimes and control capabilities inside their clouds. A second tier of large software players, IBM, ServiceNow, Salesforce, Oracle, why it hurts so much. SAP, etc., and specialists, governance, focus, gateway, observability, multi-cloud, are active. On market structure, big three, your instinct is good. All right, we got that. Consolidation has already started. Acquisitions into security platforms, open sourcing of agent gateways into foundations, a durable end state of a few dominant platforms, plus a small number of strong specialist neutrals is the base case. Full winner take all is unlikely. Pure fragmentation forever is also unlikely. The neutral multi-cloud sovereign high observability control plane is one of the specialist slots that can remain valuable precisely because the bottom layer, data centers and clouds, stays fragmented, and the big platforms will always push their own lock-in. So we can see where Railtown has a chance, a true chance. For Corey and Railtown, the opportunity is not to become one of the global big three. I think he knows that exactly. It is to become one of the credible plus one or two, the multi-cloud, sovereign capable, developer friendly agentic control and observability layer that enterprises and partners use when they do not want or cannot accept full hyperscaler lock-in. That is a real high margin position if they execute on product depth, partner economics, and category clarity. The Forrester landscape simply confirms the category, Railtown's category, is now fully formalized and crowded enough that branding and differentiation matter. And that'll come, I think, and I think very soon. Yes, all three. According to the most recent analyst framing on leading vendors in enterprise agentic AI, Microsoft, Salesforce, and ServiceNow are the clear early leaders in the broader enterprise agentic operational control plane layer. They are repeatedly grouped together because each combines orchestration of multi-step, multi-agent workflows, governance and policy controls, deep embedding into existing enterprise systems of record, significant ecosystem and distribution scale. Quick differentiation among the three. Microsoft, the strongest push toward a universal enterprise AI control plane. They list Agent 365, Azure AI Foundry, Copilot Studio, Entra Entity, and Fabric. That's the most ambitious horizontal play, Microsoft. Salesforce, Agentforce, they list their product as Agentforce 360, anchored in the client relations and customer-facing workflows, expanding outward via Data Cloud, MuleSoft, and Slack as the conversational layer. ServiceNow, governance-first positioning with its AI control tower. Strongest in IT, HR, and internal enterprise workflow automation, explicitly trying to become the control tower, even for agents it does not build. Other strong players exist: Amazon, Google, IBM, Oracle, SAP, UiPath. But the current consensus puts these three at the front of the enterprise application / operational control plane race. This is exactly the big three plus specialist structure you were pointing toward. Railtown's opportunity sits in one of the specialist spots. We'll see. It might get bigger. It's still huge if it just does that. Multi-cloud, sovereign, developer-centric agent runtime plus observability, not in displacing any of these three. We'll see about that. No, I don't think they'll displace those. The Forrester report, what I can and cannot deliver. Oh, for Corey, that's nice of you. I cannot obtain the full agentic control plane solutions landscape. It is a paid product. Here is the strongest public synthesis, rewritten cleanly for Corey. Oh, cool. All right, well, Corey, I'll send it to you. No, he doesn't need me to send him this. Forrester's core definition. An agentic control plane is a common enterprise governance and control platform that sits above and across a heterogeneous estate of AI agents and agentic skills and applies a consistent envelope of oversight, governance, and control so the agent portfolio can be managed consistently across platforms, vendors, and use cases. Key messages that Forrester is broadcasting. Enterprises systematically underestimate their agent footprint. Buyers can't govern agents they can't see. Discovery and inventory are foundational. The control plane is the emerging third functional layer after build and embed orchestrate. 33 vendors are already in the landscape. They vary widely by size, focus, geography, and use case. The market is early, good news, and will solidify over the next 12 to 24 months. 12 to 24 months should be enough time for the Canadian regulators and attorneys, and the committee gatherings can occur over the next 2 years. They can just miss the whole thing. They can take their time into clearer offerings and evaluation criteria. The implication for Railtown. Forrester is formalizing the exact layer Conductor occupies: control, observability, and consistent management across heterogeneous environments. Their framing is currently heavier on enterprise-wide governance and inventory. Railtown's strength is more on the developer to production runtime, multi-cloud sovereign routing, and observability of agent reasoning and cost. There is clear strategic overlap. Being named or being prepared to be named in future waves would be high value category validation. That'd be cool. So that's what I have to tell him. All three clarification. Yes, Microsoft, Salesforce, and ServiceNow are the three that current analyst consensus treats as the early leaders, Microsoft, Salesforce, and ServiceNow, in the broader enterprise agentic and operational control plane race. They are the ones combining orchestration plus governance plus deep embedding into systems of record and scale. Everyone else, including the pure hyperscalers' native agent platforms and the specialists, is currently measured against that trio, Microsoft, Salesforce, and ServiceNow. Railtown sovereign agent strategy, the real differentiator, this is the sharpest part of the thesis and the one most aligned with a durable plus one or two specialist position, the core architecture of the strategy. Conductor is an infrastructure agnostic by design. It can deploy and orchestrate agents on public hyperscalers or on Canadian sovereign infrastructure. The deliberate sovereign stack is rail tracks, build, rail engine, ingest, conductor, observe, plus deploy, plus route, running on TELUS Sovereign AI Factory GPU, plus Uniserve CPU, hosting, managed services. Result, a complete end-to-end Canadian resident sovereign AI agent development and deployment environment. Code, data, IP, training, inference, and observability can all stay under Canadian jurisdiction and Canadian operational control. Why this matters strategically, the compounder angle. Sovereignty is no longer a niche preference. It is becoming a structural requirement for government, regulated industries, finance, healthcare, critical infrastructure, and a growing share of enterprises that simply do not want U.S. hyperscaler lock-in or extraterritorial data risk. TELUS is positioning its sovereign AI factory as Canada's flagship answer to this demand, and as in all things Canadian, true to the flagship, it moves extremely slowly. But it'll get there eventually. Just have a couple more committee meetings, a couple more promotions we got to get through, a couple of more public service announcements, and we'll get there. We'll get there. But it's just right now, we got more important things to worry about than money. So sovereignty is no longer niche. TELUS is positioning its sovereign AI factory as Canada's flagship answer to this demand. Railtown is the software control and agent runtime layer sitting on top of it. The AIP affiliate network becomes a distribution flywheel. Canadian and eventually elsewhere, AI solution providers can build and deploy sovereign agents through Railtown Stack and the TELUS Uniserve infrastructure. Economics remain attractive. platform fees plus a share of compute inference revenue. Because the underlying infrastructure is partner owned, Railtown keeps the high margin software economics while the partners supply the capital intensive GPUs. So, what's the positioning against the big three? Microsoft, Salesforce, and ServiceNow will dominate inside their own ecosystems and among customers comfortable with or already locked into those platforms. Railtown's sovereign strategy is the explicit alternative for customers who need or prefer Canadian data residency and operational control, multi cloud, multi sovereign optionality, a neutral control plane that does not pull everything back into one US vendor's gravity well. So if Canada and the other middle powers continue to treat AI sovereignty as a strategic infrastructure, which current federal language and TELUS investment strongly suggests, then the software layer that makes sovereign agent development actually usable and observable becomes extremely valuable. Railtown is one of the few pure play companies explicitly building that layer with real Canadian infrastructure partners already in place. That is a credible path to becoming one of the lasting plus one or two specialists rather than an also ran. The execution risk remains scale ahead, scale of go to market, depth of product, converting affiliates and SMEs into recurring revenue. But the strategic logic of the sovereign agent stack is sound and differentiated. I asked about well, anyway, let's not focus on my questions. Boring. Future, the leading vendors winning the enterprise. The core thesis written by Dion Hinchcliffe. The market has moved from co-pilots and assistants to governed multi-agent systems that actually execute work. Competitive advantage is shifting from model quality to orchestration plus governance plus interoperability and operational trust. The winners will be the platforms that become the operational control plane for the enterprise's agentic workflows. Current leaders from Elite Zone, Microsoft, most aggressive push for universal enterprise AI control plane, Salesforce, and ServiceNow. Next tier, AWS, Google, IBM, Oracle, Palantir, SAP, and UPath. Strategic implication. Open standards, MCP and A2A, are becoming battlegrounds. Enterprises will run heterogeneous agent estates, the platforms that can orchestrate and govern across them, Railtown, will capture the high value layer. Other pure plays I asked about. Most companies focus specifically on the agentic control plane, agent orchestration, and governance layer. rather than being the full application platform or being a hyperscaler, are still private. ARIA or ARIA, discover, secure, govern, and optimize, private. Guild AI, explicit control plane for AI agents, private. Others, Sycamore, Galileo, um, various agent gateways, Warp, Giant, Swarm, open source Kubernets, native, mostly private. There is no large pure play public company that cleanly owns the multi-cloud sovereign agent control plane position the way Railtown is attempting to. Can investors participate? Almost all that was my question. Almost all pure plays are private. Access is limited to venture rounds or secondary markets. Pure public exposure today is primarily through the large platforms, Microsoft, Salesforce, ServiceNow, or adjacent infrastructure software names. Railtown is one of the few publicly listed vehicles with a clear multi-cloud plus sovereign agentic control observability thesis and real Canadian infrastructure partnerships. The scarcity of pure play public names is part of why the sovereign plus multi-cloud angle remains interesting if Railtown executes. And I ask, it sounds like it's the only pure public play. Yes, Railtown is currently one of the only and the cleanest public pure play vehicles focused on agentic frameworks plus multi-cloud sovereign agent control, observability, and deployment. Almost every other company operating specifically in the agentic control plane layer remains private. So you got ERA is private, 100 million raised at a $65 million valuation. So that's roughly Railtown's value, but I don't know if that's post money or pre money, but whatever. That's a 100 million raised on a 65 million valuation. Something there doesn't quite make sense to me. I must be not reading it correctly. Earlier data points, I see. So 100 million raised, earlier data points before that raise was a 65 million valuation. So maybe it's worth 165 altogether. Guild AI, 300 million valuation after 44 million in total funding. Well, Railtown obviously at a 300 million valuation would be worth over $1 a share. It's explicitly branded as a neutral control plane. Can they out technology or out execute Railtown? Yes, both are credible threats on pure technology and execution speed, particularly because they don't operate in Canada. Guild.ai looks the most dangerous on the pure control plane dimension, 300 million valuation, GV as lead, model agnostic neutral positioning, and a clear focus on getting it done rather than stalling in committee. Clear focus on governance, cost control, auditability, and agent lifestyle management in production. They are better capitalized and have stronger U.S. enterprise and venture networks. ARIA or ARIA is better capitalized than Railtown after the 100 million founder round and has already secured forester visibility in the agentic control plane landscape. Their emphasis on cross runtime management compliance and risk for regulated industry overlaps with part of what Conductor needs to deliver. Railtown's remaining edges: public listing, investors can actually participate today. Real Canadian sovereign infrastructure partnership already live. Explicit multi-cloud routing and plus computer share economics, open source adoption layer, rail tracks that can drive bottom-up usage. Railtown is not competing in a vacuum. Better funded private pure plays exist and could out-execute on product depth or U.S. enterprise go-to-market. Railtown's best defense is to own the sovereign plus multi-cloud Canadian and eventually other middle power niche so thoroughly that it becomes the default control plane in that segment while using its public status and affiliate network for distribution. The capital and talent gap versus Guild and ARIA is real and must be monitored closely. Well, I'd say the talent is better than there, and the use of capital is much more efficient than these other two. But these other two operate in an environment where things get done on time rather than on moose time. Is Oracle in trouble because of its relationship? This is a different topic. Because of its relationship with OpenAI. Yes, Oracle is facing notable financial and market pressure tied to its deep relationship with OpenAI. Oracle, led by Larry Ellison, signed a massive $300 billion deal with OpenAI in 2025 for AI computing infrastructure, data centers, cloud capacity. This is part of broader efforts like the Stargate project involving OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, aiming for gigawatts of capacity. OpenAI is reportedly responsible for roughly half of Oracle's enormous remaining performance obligations, RPO backlog, which ballooned to $638 billion. This positioned Oracle as a key player in the AI infrastructure boom, alongside deals with others like Meta and xAI. But OpenAI is by far the largest single exposure. Why it's causing trouble? Credit downgrade. In July of 26, S&P Global downgraded Oracle's rating from BBB to BBB minus, one notch above junk, especially citing OpenAI as a key credit risk. Oracle's AI-related capital spending has surged far beyond expectations, now projected at $95 billion by 2027 versus earlier $60 billion target, with revenues delayed 4 years. Concentration risk. If OpenAI struggles, if it's unprofitable, burning cash with revenue far below its commitments across providers like Oracle, Oracle could be left with underutilized data centers and huge legacy something it can't relocate. Huge lease debt obligations It can't easily relocate, unlike hyperscalers with internal workloads. Stock and investor reaction. Oracle stock has dropped sharply, 25% in the first half of this year, with bigger declines from peaks, up to 50% reported in some periods. Investors worry about over reliance on one customer, circular financing risks in AI, and OpenAI's ability to pay. There's even a lawsuit accusing Oracle of hiding these risks in disclosures. Operational financial strain, heavy capex, debt equity raises, layoffs, thousands reported, negative cash flow, and stalled negotiated projects like the Abilene expansion. OpenAI has faced its own delays, funding challenges, and questions about hitting aggressive growth targets. Counterpoints in Oracle's position. Oracle denies major delays, emphasizes alignment with OpenAI, and highlights diversification. They have other customers and they have enterprise AI. The broader AI demand story remains strong, and some analysts still see upside if commitments hold. Partnerships like access to OpenAI models via Oracle Cloud, or partnerships like access to OpenAI models via Oracle Cloud continue. Bottom line, the relationship has boosted Oracle AI's ambitions, but exposed it to outsized risk amid OpenAI's funding, revenue uncertainties, and the high stakes AI buildout. It is not existential trouble yet, but it's a major drag on credit, stock performance, and investor confidence in Oracle as of mid 26. Markets are watching OpenAI's trajectory. For example, its IPO delays and fundraising closely, as it directly has an impact on Oracle. If the bonds are downgraded, does private equity have to liquidate? No. A bond downgrade does not automatically force private equity firms to liquidate their positions. Key reasons: Oracle's current rating. S&P downgraded Oracle to a triple B minus, still investment grade, though the lowest tier within it. This is not a drop into high yield junk territory. Many institutional mandates, pensions, insurers, certain funds, only trigger forced selling upon crossing into speculative grade, double B plus or below. Private equity specific context. Private equity firms typically hold equity stakes in portfolio companies, or less commonly, direct debt credit investments. Oracle is a public company, not a PE owned portfolio company. PE funds investing in Oracle bonds as part of broader credit strategies or holding related exposure would follow their own fund documents, limited partner agreements, or investment mandates, not a blanket rule tied to one issuer's rating. No automatic liquidation trigger. Downgrades often lead to price declines in bonds, widening the spreads and giving higher yields. Potential sales by regulated institutions like insurers or investment grade funds, and high borrowing costs for Oracle. However, there is no universal legal or contractual requirement for private equity or for most investors to sell immediately. Decisions depend on the specific fund strategy, risk tolerances, covenants in the bond indenture, and whether it's a fallen angel scenario. When forced selling can happen, if there's a further downgrade to junk, This would likely prompt more mechanical selling from investment grade only mandates, ETFs or index funds, amplifying price pressure as seen in past fallen angel events. Fund level mandates. Some PE credit funds or limited partners might have rating based restrictions in their governing documents, but this is a case by case and not automatic. Covenants or collateral in leveraged buyouts or specific debt structures. Downgrades can sometimes trigger events of default, collateral calls, or remedies. But that's on the borrower side, not for secondary private equity investors. In Oracle's case, the downgrade reflects AI spending risks and OpenAI exposure, but it hasn't triggered widespread forced liquidation. Bond prices have adjusted, trading with wide spreads, like Senator Larry Craig. And Oracle is responding with equity raises and other measures to stabilize its balance sheet. Private equity involvement here is indirect at best, and no broad liquidation is required or reported. Markets are monitoring for further downgrades, which could increase selling pressure. So I asked, is Oracle the Lehman moment for AI? Possibly a symptom or a catalyst, but unlikely a full Lehman moment for AI. Why Oracle feels like a canary in the coal mine. Oracle has become a high-profile proxy for AI infrastructure risk because of its massive exposure. A $300 billion deal with OpenAI, roughly half of its backlog. Surging CapEx, $95 billion next year. Negative free cash flow, $24 billion deficit this year, potentially worse ahead. Heavy debt and leases, and recent S&P downgrades. To one notch above junk. Explicit warnings in filings about customer non-payment. Stranded capacity, power constraints, and non-renewals. Risks that apply broadly to the AI build-out. This has fueled AI bubble talk with comparison to past manias, railways.com, Beetle. BIS and others have flagged the hyperscaler CapEx surge, $1 trillion expected, as potentially unsustainable if returns disappoint. A major Oracle failure or default could signal deeper problems for OpenAI or similar loss-making AI laboratories, tighten financing for data centers, trigger contagion to NVIDIA, hyperscalers, and related stocks via reduced demand and repricing of risk. Why it's not yet Lehman-like. Scale and systemic risk. Lehman was a highly leveraged investment bank at the heart of the global finance system, with derivatives and counterparty exposure that froze credit markets. Oracle is large, but non-systemic tech company. 400 billion market cap range, down sharply from peaks. Its issues are internal bets, not broad economy-wide leverage. AI spending is driven by big tech, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Meta, with stronger balance sheets and internal workloads. They can absorb shocks better than Oracle can. Many view current pressures as a healthy correction rather than a collapse. No immediate dominoes. OpenAI continues raising funds, though valuations and timelines face scrutiny, and demand signals remain strong. Stock reactions have been volatile but contained so far. No 2008 panic. Bottom line, Oracle highlights real vulnerabilities in the AI CapEx story: concentration risk, timing mismatches, high burn rates. It could accelerate a bust phase or a valuation reset if OpenAI or peers stumble badly. Acting as a warning shot rather than the spark for a systemic meltdown. The Lehman analogy is more rhetorical than literal right now. But continued negative developments would heighten bubble burst risks. Markets are pricing in caution, as seen in Oracle stock performance and credit spreads. So here I ask what I'm trying to get across to you, that when they talk about AI bubble or if there's an AI contraction, it's different subjects than specifically what Railtown does. It doesn't mean that Railtown wouldn't suffer from multiple contractions. But anyway, what would this mean for Railtown AI? Railtown AI Technologies is a small Canadian public company specializing in agentic frameworks and AI developer tools. Railtrax, Rail Engine, and Conductor. It targets software teams to impress. It's so bad. It's good. I mean, that's a good description, but it's never going to get the stock up. They got to take a little blue pill. A broader AI infrastructure showdown or bubble reset triggered or amplified by Oracle struggles. A broader AI infrastructure slowdown or bubble reset triggered or amplified by Oracle's struggles would likely have mixed to negative near-term impacts on a company like Railtown, but it could create longer-term opportunities. Funding and valuation pressure. If AI hype cools due to high capex concerns, investor sentiment towards smaller AI plays would sour. Railtown, already small and speculative, could see further stock weakness. Really? Harder fundraising? Really? Or dilution? I don't think so. Enterprise spending caution. Big customers might delay. That's a big thing. AI tool adoption or agent projects amid cost scrutiny. Railtown's service-led strategy for enterprises could slow if businesses tighten budgets. All right, well, that's all reasonable logic. Ecosystem ripple effects. Reduced big tech infrastructure spending, fewer data centers, GPUs, could indirectly slow overall AI agent innovation and demand for tools like Railtown's. All right, what's the potential upside or neutral factors? There is resilience in developer tools. Railtown focuses on practical, cost-saving tools, debugging, observability, efficiency for software teams, rather than frontier model training. In a tighter market, companies often prioritize tools that reduce costs and improve existing systems. Railtown could benefit here. Sovereign Canadian focus. Its emphasis on domestic infrastructure and compliance might insulate it somewhat from US-centric infra woes. Partnerships could provide stability, buying opportunity. A sector pullback creates entry points. Do we need more entry points in Railtown? Is that what we're seeking? Further entry points? Overall, Railtown is not directly tied to the Oracle OpenAI infrastructure bets. It's more downstream in the application developer layer. A Lehman-like AI event would likely hurt its stock and momentum short term because of risk-off sentiment. But it's Railtown's niche, agent observability and enterprise services could prove more durable than pure infrastructure plays. As a microcap, it's high risk regardless. Your mama was high risk. Could Railtown become more valuable as AI industry tries to make existing centers more profitable? What a leading question. Yes, Railtown could become relatively more valuable in a scenario where AI industry shifts from build more capacity to squeeze maximum value from existing infrastructure. Why this fits Railtown's strengths. Railtown specializes in AI developer tools, agentic frameworks, and observability, exactly the kind of efficiency layer that becomes critical when CapEx slows and ROI pressures rise. Rail Engine, real-time ingestion, and Railtrack's agent frameworks help build smarter, more efficient AI agents. Conductor provides observability, monitoring, and debugging, helping teams spot inefficiencies, reduce errors, and optimize costs in production environments. Their platform targets productivity gains for software teams, faster development, lower technical debt, better agent performance. In an environment of high sunk costs and data centers, Oracle-style overbuild risks I'm lost. Pressure on OpenAI and others to turn massive infra spend into profit, and hyperscalers and enterprises focusing on utilization, optimization, and cost control rather than endless expansion. Tools that help run AI workloads more efficiently, better agents, real-time insights, reduced waste, gain prominence. Railtown's focus on sovereign AI and enterprise adoption could also align well with cautious spending. And I would tell you guys, I don't think Railtown is only focused on sovereign. I just don't think the information is out there in the, the data banks, in the zeitgeist, in the general knowledge base. A bull case boost. Demand for optimization and observability tools rises as companies audit existing setups. Railtown service-led strategy, consulting and software positions it as a fixer for AI ROI challenges, could attract more partnerships or acquisitions from bigger players needing the efficiency layer. Caveats, it's still a microcap. They always got to say that, but it's true. Railtown is early stage with limited revenue, as far as you know. Broader AI pullback could still pressure valuations. That's true. And funding across the board. That is true. Competition for agent tools observability is growing from bigger players. I think that's a risk while you wait around in Canada for committees to decide whether or not Allison needs a promotion. You got to get things done. Execution risk remains high. Railtown needs to scale commercialization successfully. Bottom line, yes, a maturation phase where AI emphasizes profitability from current assets versus raw scale plays directly to Railtown's wheelhouse. It could enhance its relevance and valuation trajectory, especially if it delivers tangible efficiency wins for customers. This is common in tech cycles. The picks and shovels for efficiency often outperform during consolidation phases. All right. I like that. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm not ready to make nice. I'm not ready to back down. You know, Oracle, I asked some question. Oracle is under pressure primarily because of its aggressive debt-fueled data center buildouts for AI, especially tied to OpenAI, which are proving expensive, cash burning, and risky in the near term. Main reasons Oracle is in trouble. Oracle is spending far more quickly than expected on AI infrastructure. Free cash flow was negative, $24 billion deficit, with projections for even larger shortfalls ahead. Capital expenditures are now forecast around 90 to 95 billion by 2027, which is up sharply. Much of this funds long-term leases and builds for data centers. Heavy reliance on OpenAI, that's a concentration risk. Roughly half of Oracle's massive 638 billion remaining performance obligations, RPOs, is with a single customer, OpenAI. This $300 billion multi-year deal is huge on paper, but risky because OpenAI is unprofitable and burning cash. It has enormous commitments It has enormous commitments across multiple providers and may struggle to pay. That doesn't sound good. If OpenAI slows or defaults, Oracle is left with specialized hard to repurpose capacity. Credit rating downgrade, triple B, citing OpenAI as the key credit risk from the cash burning and AI spending. This raises borrowing costs and limits certain investors. Funding challenges. Oracle is raising large amounts of debt and equity, including 20 billion stock, to bridge the gap. Leases add hundreds of billions in off-balance sheet trying to make sure my candles don't fall over, start a fire. Oracle is raising large amounts of equity to bridge the gap. Leases add hundreds of billions in off-balance sheet obligations. Markets are pricing in higher default risk. Are the data center buildouts unfundable? Not yet unfundable. Oracle has access to capital markets and is actively raising money. However, they are increasingly expensive to fund. The payback period is long. Revenue from contracts ramps slowly. There is concern about overbuilding or customer non-performance leading to stranded assets. Oracle is betting that AI demand will eventually fill the centers and generate high margin revenue. But the interim cash burn and leverage have spooked investors and rating agencies. Its stock has dropped significantly. It doesn't mean immediate bankruptcy or collapse, but it has turned the company into a high stakes AI proxy with amplified execution risk. And so I said, could you compare this to Brookfield funding? I'm especially interested if Mark Carney, because of his previous position, is going to leverage the entire Canadian checkbook, AAA rated AI for All, on behalf of Brookfield's buildouts and Brookfield's principals. That's what I'm so cynical. That's what I think they're doing. Here's a clear comparison between Oracle's situation and Brookfield, focusing on its AI infrastructure efforts via Brookfield Infrastructure Partners. Brookfield is structured differently and appears far more resilient. The business model, Oracle is a tech company pivoting heavily to AI cloud and data centers, building and operating. Brookfield, it's a pure play infrastructure investor, develops, owns, and finances assets across data centers, power, and fiber. In the business model, the winner is Brookfield. Lower execution risk, and it's diversified. Funding structure for Oracle, heavy corporate debt plus equity raises, negative free cash flow, off-balance sheet leases. Brookfield, project level financing, often 3-to-1 debt to equity. So that's where you can leverage the whole Canadian taxpayer base. Institutional limited partnership, co-investors, long-term contracts. Winner, Brookfield, more prudent, wouldn't be prudent, and asset backed. Scale and exposure, 300 billion tied heavily to OpenAI, concentrated risk. Brookfield, 100 billion, not 300 billion. AI infra program, diversified across power, data centers, and global projects. Winner, Brookfield, much broader. Risk profile, Oracle, high, customer concentration, cash burn, rating downgrade just above junk. Brookfield, lower, contracted assets, inflation-linked revenues, behind the meter power solutions. Winner, Brookfield, cash flow returns. Oracle, deep negative free cash flow now, long payback. Brookfield, strong. FFO. I'm drawing a blank on FFO. Free flowing funds from operations. Strong funds from operations growth in the data segment. Visible long-term contracted cash flows. Winner, Brookfield. Government ties. Oracle, limited direct sovereign support. Brookfield, strong in Canada, Europe via partnerships. Benefits from national AI strategies. Winner, Brookfield in the Canada context. Summary, Oracle is essentially betting the farm on a few massive, concentrated AI hyperscale deals with significant balance sheet risk. Brookfield treats AI infrastructure as a classic long life asset class. It finances and owns pieces of the build out with diversified, lower leverage product finance, institutional capital, and power solutions. Brookfield looks much healthier and more like a traditional infrastructure play riding the AI play. Mark Carney and Canadian checkbook leverage. Mark Carney, formerly Bank of England governor, now Prime Minister of Canada, launched the AI for All national strategy in 2026. That's just now. It emphasizes sovereign Canadian AI, compute, cloud, and data residencies, billions in new funding, supercomputer, computer access funds, adoption grants, public-private partnerships for infrastructure, economic goals, 200 billion growth in jobs, and higher AI adoption. Would Carney leverage government resources specifically for Brookfield? He used to run Brookfield. I guess you didn't look that up, or run a department of Brookfield. No direct evidence. All right, so that Brookfield is well positioned in Canada, data centers, power, fiber. Carney's policies, easing gas emissions rules in Alberta, sovereign AI push could benefit giants like Brookfield, who can deliver scalable Canadian-based projects. So it didn't take my pass. Brookfield is a structurally stronger position than Oracle, diversified, better funded build-outs, and aligned with national strategies. Carney's AI push is pro-infrastructure, but not a blank check for any one firm. It could create a supportive environment for Brookfield's Canadian activities without leveraging the entire checkbook on their behalf. How many data centers have Brookfield committed to? How many do they have? Brookfield Infrastructure AI data centers, current status as of mid-26. Brookfield is one of the largest and most diversified players in the AI-related infrastructure globally. 150 data centers operational across multiple platforms, primarily Compass data centers in North America and Data4 in Europe. 2.3 gigawatts contracted capacity, already leased, secured, revenue generating. Broader digital infrastructure includes a bunch of stuff in fiber. Um, it seems like the same page. So they have a lot of telecom sites and a lot of fiber. Um, they have 3.6 gigawatts of total development pipeline, projects under construction, and advanced planning. Large commitments include France, plans for significant expansion, 20 to 30 billion euros, 1 gigawatt. Sweden, up to 750 megawatt AI data center. Other regions, North America, Europe, and partnerships for AI factories and power. Part of a broader AI infrastructure program, which includes data centers, power solutions, and compute. Brookfield's approach is asset heavy but diversified and financed through dedicated infrastructure funds with institutional capital and project level debt, much less balance sheet risk than Oracle's. They focus on long-term contracted assets with inflation protection and multiple revenue streams. Growth is strong. Brookfield is far more scale and diversification in data centers than most pure play operators, with a robust pipeline backed by a $100 billion AI program. Numbers can evolve quickly with new announcements. You could say that about Railtown. I asked about the Apple lawsuit. The Apple lawsuit adds friction and reputational risk to OpenAI's funding IPO path, but is unlikely to be a decisive blocker on its own. OpenAI remains one of the most well-funded companies in history, though broader market dynamics are already pushing delays. The last valuation for OpenAI, 852 billion. IPO plans, we all know about them. Sam Altman is reportedly holding out for $1 trillion valuation, which some see as challenging. The impact of the Apple lawsuit. Apple sued OpenAI plus IO Products and 2X Apple executives in July, alleging systemic trade secret theft related to hardware development, coordinated poaching of hundreds of Apple employees, 400 plus, theft of designs, manufacturing processes, prototypes, and supplier info to accelerate OpenAI's consumer hardware push. Potential effects on funding, reputational perception hit. Lawsuits like this can make some conservative investors pause. It fuels narratives of aggressive tactics and could complicate OpenAI's responsible AI image. Distraction and legal costs, discovery, injunction risk, management time could slow hardware progress and overall execution, indirectly affecting growth stories told to investors. Partnership tension strains the Apple OpenAI integration in Siri Apple Intelligence, which has revenue implications. Not fatal. High-profile tech lawsuits are common, like Musk XAI. OpenAI has denied the claims and continues raising money. The suit is more likely to delay hardware ambitions than dry up funding entirely. Bottom line, OpenAI already faces valuation market timing headwinds, pushing its IPO. Later, the Apple suit adds incremental difficulty, but does not appear to be a funding crisis trigger. Their war chest and momentum remain strong. Funding challenges are more tied to burn rate, profitability path, and macro AI sentiment. That's it. That was it. That was it. All right, let me see if you have any. Let's check to see if the Form 7 came out. I doubt it. Why would it? Why would it? We're looking for it. It'll never come out when we're looking for it. Nope. Nope. No Form 7 for June. Let me get your comments, and then I may sign off. Please stop with AOC. It'll be news some before her. I don't know. I think you're going to get AOC. I think she's the most talented politician out there. And as long as the Democrats can still cheat in 7 states, that's all it takes. She'll be the new president. And finally, we'll get to see what a great president is like. KYP. Hey, KYP. Hey, Billy. Hi, KYP. Quit that. William, what if you took that AI research you've already done in future research and asked the other 3 main AI bots the same questions? Would this help? I think that's a very intelligent question. What I notice is when I use Google and Gemini, it seems like they learn somewhere. Because when I first started, they didn't know much. So it feels like it's learning. I think right now I'm using the Grok. That's the South African. And I think what they have is access to all the the Twitter data. And I think that helps get a lot of information in. I do think that when we ask questions or type in information, that the computer, the AI computer, can use it elsewhere. That's both good and bad, I guess. So I think that's a good question. The Frenchman, Claude, seems to be really stubborn about learning anything from anything. But what I have shown you guys over the last, months, and it all improves, but I've used Perplexity, Google, Gemini. I guess that's the same, but it's not always. I don't know. It's sort of 2 different things. And then Grok, and I think I've used OpenAI and ChatGPT maybe once each, something like that. But these recent questions I've asked have been mostly to Grok, because I find the Frenchman extremely negative. When I'm done with him, I can get depressed because he will not allow any information other than what is specifically stated. And if you go just by that, there's not a lot of information right now. That's our whole issue. That's what we're waiting for. But I would credit him with being very fair, very fair. If you find something or if he finds something and it balances in, but I used him a lot. And then I used the black one as Gemini, at least in my computer. And I used that a lot. And it was brilliant. And it was exciting. And it gave really powerful analysis and upside. And then one morning, she must have had a date with a Frenchman, because she started saying, that's not in the record, that's not there. And she said she had hallucinated 3 weeks worth of work, and that I had somehow, misguided her or something, which I hadn't. And I thought, what the heck's going on? I waited a day, and it was still this. She said, well, that sometimes happens. That's an AI fallback. But she didn't change. And then 2 days later, it's like nothing happened. She's back to the really positive interpretation of all the information. So then I took that opportunity to try the South African, just because I don't really want to have an overly rosy, the only thing you hear is the good. I don't necessarily want that. On the other hand, I don't want the constant negative. So this South African Afrikaner type, it's pretty good. And it's been far more upbeat than I would have thought. But I think it's a great question, Clay, because I do think they absorb the information. And I've essentially asked the same questions every place, and I'll keep doing that. But I end up usually just using one source, just because I mean, really, why? Because when I move around, I can't go back and find what I had already worked on. So I just try to stay with one. Jack for a night. Jack Hamilton. Hi, KYP. Nice to see you, Jack Hamilton. Good evening, Mr. William. Jack Hamilton. Just kept up from yesterday. You went for a marathon for the delivery. Good information last night. Yeah, that was a long one. And it got, of course, that girl that works with Double D came on. It's I don't know, that whole negativity. What's the goal? What's the goal? But anyway, that stretched it a little bit until I realized that person was just what didn't really own stock. And then when I started yesterday, I wanted to explain some of my probably inflammatory or incendiary, if there's a difference between the two, comments and statements. And it's not because I have some, deep-seated bias. It's just I've experienced it. So it's a risk I perceive. And that got a little bit, I didn't know I was going to talk about all that. But I guess, that's your punishment. You became my shrink for a while, maybe. But I just was trying to explain that as someone who normally likes to produce and get things done, these are the risk factors as I'm scanning the horizon or the field of play that I see. And so far, disappointingly, we're all. What do we have left in February? In July? Well, I guess we have 2 more weeks of July, so there's hope. 2 weeks is a long time, actually. So July's a 5-week month, and perhaps, perhaps, just perhaps something will happen next week. I really think it's important for them to get something out in July because I do believe there'll be vacations. Jack Hamilton, not vacations at the company, I don't think, but I just think the professions all take the vacations at the same time. Jack Hamilton, cheers to all RT. Hope all RT fans are doing well, and congratulations to some big adders yesterday. Yeah, did you see those adders going down the Yangtze? Or were they Cobras? Quit that. Institutions, analysts, even potential clients and hyperscalers making AI help in making those that need to know become aware. Yes, Clay, I think you're right. But the one thing that would change everything, almost like, shut the blinds, that's too much sun, would be if they could just ever announce something. They just announce a detailed, a detailed agreement that had sales projections in it. Something definitive, anything definitive. That would be a huge help. The other thing that would be a huge help if they would change their description, and I guess they can't do it now because it's a quiet period. But if they announce, for example, Clay, and I'm doing this because Dr. Tom Core has highlighted the Hive, Buzz, Bell, Cohere page probably 50 times in the last few weeks. So let's make an assumption, but it is an assumption that some magical moment, either Railtown or Buzz, Hive, Bell, makes some sort of announcement. Hey, do you know that we've signed up Railtown as the agentic AI orchestration interface for our Canadian data center cluster? Something like that. That one announcement would immediately change where Railtown would sit in the screening that these computers do for all these hardworking analysts. The computers do all the screening. We used to we would take value line, maybe take it home, assign it out, and we would have to read everything ourselves, read all the research ourselves. Now they just have computers do it and give them a chart, give them. So anyway, I think the two biggest things that would change everything is if Railtown could just announce something, or if one of their partners could announce something that lets the computers know, that the scanners around Wall Street, around the city, around Bay Street, in Palo Alto, in all the institutions that events, that the scanners could see revenue and they could see a contract and they could see definitive or binding. I think that would change it, even if it's a small one. It'd be better to be a small one that leads to something. And then, like I say, if in that body of that press release, they're able to say that Railtown is the, I'm trying to remember, the definition constantly changes, is the agentic AI cloud layer in the Buzz Hive Cohere amalgamation. Oh my gosh, that would change all the computers overnight. Those two things. Definitive announcement. We haven't had a definitive announcement since Katy Perry started dating Justin Trudeau. There's nothing definitive, never anything definitive. We need that. And then we need, I think, a change in description. And man, it would move. That's my opinion. Dirty Randy. Hi, Dirty Randy. Corey is being interviewed by Tony D in 10 minutes. Well, okay. Well, I think everybody should go follow Tony D. He's a big fan of the company. Dirty Randy, actually, I think he had a phone call with Corey and talks about it. Not sure. Well, I had a phone call with Corey. It wasn't just me. And I've had, I don't know, 2 or 3 of them. And I haven't made a big deal out of it because I was asked to well, I wasn't asked. It just was my impression that this was to be kept to ourselves. But, you know, guys, Tony, he's a really smart guy. He's an economist. He's got your interests in heart. He reads all of the filings, unlike me. I never do. He doesn't do anything half-assed. It's always in detail. And on top of that, you can join his Discord and pay to listen to him. And you can hear about AME and GMC. Go over to him. I don't know, Dirty Randy, if you don't mind, I'm not going to play it. But if it's on, I don't want to take away from him. He's such a class act. Let me show you what his friends send me. You can't buy class like this. You just cannot buy class like that. So anyway. What I think Tony's goal is to become a trusted person here and get people to sell and go into his ideas and increase his audience. I think that's going to be a mistake here, but you know, if Corey thinks Tony is the right person to go to, good for Tony. It's a good sign that Corey is doing some outreach. That's a good sign. I wish he would come on here, but he hasn't volunteered. Well, he's told me he will once there's news. But anyway, Dirty, I've had several calls, 3, maybe 4 calls with Corey, and I just don't talk about him. I don't take those calls to impress anybody. I don't need to aggrandize myself. I feel like even though I learned nothing that was material. He was very careful to say, I can't talk about that, or I can't, I've got, I've got to be, I just assumed that it's safest to not talk about what I learned on those calls. Mostly it helps me position the story, and it's huge. I can tell you some of the, if I can read it here in the candlelight, I can, I mean, if you want to see it, it's pages of notes that I took on my call with Corey. And the news about the 35,000 was already out there. He explained in general in the industry, the question came, well, if there's so many of those downloads that developers are using, what's that worth in revenues? And he made it very clear that when you're downloading rail tracks, which is what the developers can download and build on, that the point wasn't revenue. It's essentially open source. I'm using my own words and my memory, but developers can use the tool to build agents or to build an app. Anything that's added to that belongs to Railtown and increases the utility of rail tracks. But it what's the word I'm thinking of? Anyway, it increases the intellectual property of that. But it also, the other thing it does is it increases the awareness and the comfort level of rail tracks, and which becomes seamless, should they want to use it, into conductor and rail engine to develop something. You got to pay for those. And that's where the revenue comes in. So he explained that. And then he explained that the more people use rail tracks, the more functionality gets into rail tracks. So that's their strategy. He said the money is made at the data level. It's made with whoever makes the decision to deploy data. So this is all about, and that press release was explaining, this is all about the beginning of this phase of transformation, which is service-led. It'll soon be product-led, but right now it's service-led. Getting people comfortable with getting AI embedded and using their data. But that's where the money is, the data, not the DevOps, it's the data. And he talked about, because of that press release, it's in there, they're moving to commercialization, and that their budget has moved from R&D mostly to now mostly to customer facing, developing their customers. He said in Canada and everywhere, AI adoption is still at a conservative rate. And he compared that to years ago to what Microsoft did as it captured the PC market, the same model. That's that service led. You have to make people comfortable with the transition, with questions like, where is my data going? And it changed Microsoft as people got comfortable with Windows. You know the story of Microsoft. So you have early adoption, which is service led. And then at some point, he didn't use that word, but you get a tipping point, you get an inflection that leads to product led. I don't know if he gave that example. I think he did. But for a while, it took a long time to get companies to adopt Windows and Microsoft, and they did it, and it happened. But then at some point, as soon as Microsoft came out with a new Windows or a new product, people automatically went and bought it themselves and increased the usage of Microsoft by product. It became product led. They no longer needed the hand holding at the transition phase. And that's what Railtown and all of AI companies are going through now, is they have to get people adopting AI beyond chat and the bots. So he spent a lot of time explaining that. He did compare it specifically. They're pursuing that Microsoft model. Now, I don't think they're going to become Microsoft, but that's specifically what they're pursuing. So organizations need help in the transition to AI and getting their data in AI. So there's 4 sources of revenue. And I guess Tony's going to talk about that, so I guess it's okay for me to. They're going to bill for the consulting. That's probably not a high multiple thing. My experience, consulting companies get very low multiples, but it's cash. It's cash, and they're going to monetization now. And they hired that WSR to do it, to get their Rolodex and their depth of. So that's a big thing. And then they're going to build agents, and that's billable. I can't read my writing. It's so dark here. And then when you deploy the agents, you pay monthly. So that's ongoing revenue. And then depending on what data center they use the Railtown platform on. If it's directed to a data center that Railtown doesn't have an agreement with, there's no revenue. But there will be revenue. So those are 4 sources of revenue. We haven't heard about them, but we will, or we should. So he compared it to the iPhone too. He said when you download RailTracks, it's like the first developers downloaded the Apple app for the App Store. And so you would get that app for free, and you would create your app like Expedia or whatever, and you do it for free on the App Store SDK. the SDK. And the SDK was what everybody used for the entirety of all the software, all we've ever grown up with. The entire world of software has been SDK. It all has to be converted or upgraded to ADK, AI Developer Kit, or AI Agentic Developer Kit, or Agent Software Developer Kit, ADK. And by the way, on a tangential note, he explained to me when I asked him about that, he explained to me that that's the largest, software is the largest market in the world. And that total, just all of it, is trillions of dollars. Of course, Railtown's not going after trillions. It's going to go after its piece of it. But it's just a huge market out there as this transaction happens. And so he compared it to the iPhone, where you build the app for free, but then you install one, you send it into Apple, you get it approved, and okay, it works. They put it up to the App Store, and then it starts collecting revenue, and then you split that revenue with Apple. So he explained that exactly what's happening. So all the people out there, he didn't say this, I'm saying it, that all the people out there that say there's no revenue, they've had downloads in, I guess, May, of 11,000 developers using Railtracks. It's now up to 35,000. I don't know when it reaches the hockey stick. I don't know what the magical, viral moment is. But to the extent that there's developers downloading it in enterprises, they use that to develop their own tools with their data. And if it works and they accept it, and they say, hey, we want to use Conductor, we want to use Rail Engine, great. And that's what, of course, the consulting arm is going to lean to. And then the next thing is, does that get used at or on data centers that Railtown has a deal with? I had a deal with Mustafa. So it's actually fairly exciting, very exciting. And that's why revenue hasn't shown up, because Railtown is getting something for giving access to rail tracks for free. It gets a broader user acceptance, gets people comfortable with it, but then enterprises may incorporate it. And because following the Microsoft model, you need that customer-facing service consulting. That's what the press release was about. In Canada, he explained, it's almost 100% small and medium-sized enterprises. He explained that it's actually down around 6% usage. So a lot of it's getting people comfortable putting their data into the hands of agents and AI. So yeah, he said Railtracks is open code kit. The value of development is the add more functionality. Thousands and thousands are using it, and it makes it a bigger beast. It's free development cost. So it ultimately leads to product-led growth. And they do it themselves. It gets to the point where developers and enterprises are upgrading to conductor themselves. But for now, they have to help. And then he made the point, Dirty, that without the platform, the rail tracks kit is only so good. If you really want to get the power of rail tracks, you need the whole platform, conductor and rail engine. And again, that's where the money's made. He emphasized that the developers, as they get to use rail tracks, they can run it on anything. They can run it on Google Cloud. They can run it on Azure. Or, hey, he said it here. He said it here. That's where I must have gotten it from. Or run it on Conductor Cloud. Or run it on Conductor Cloud. That's powerful to me. So that he emphasized that what enterprises are asking is, how do we build AI on our own data? How do we build it? They don't know how. But Rail Engine does this. You know all the thing. Rail Engine, you get the agents to do things, specific things. Once it's built and running, that's when it pays. That's when it pays Railtown. But he emphasized all monetization happens at the management of data level. The management of data level. Not at the developer use the toolkit level. He used the term forward deployed engineering. I meant to look it up. I don't really know what it means. The other thing he emphasized, Dirty, is all of this growth that he's talking about is just beginning. He said something about baseball. I don't think I wrote it down. But he said that, we're not even in the batter's box yet for this, what they're doing. It's about to get really exciting. I don't think this is a secret, but I think it would be nice to hear it from Corey, right? He said something like, conductor is at the center, or the epicenter maybe, of everything agnostic to data centers. It's a big statement. He also said something that was roughly, the conductor platform is the only platform that can do this. I didn't ask a question about that. I just quickly scribbled it down. But that's a powerful statement. Powerful statement. And what he was talking about partly, because I didn't write everything down, but he's partly talking about how conductor can direct milliseconds, can direct these agents and the usage. It can direct it to another region. It can direct it quickly to another data center. And the user has no idea. It's really powerful. So you have to pay to run on conductor. And if you then run conductor on a data center, we know this, on a data center that Railtown has an agreement with, like TELUS, Railtown gets paid there. And the business keeps growing as they use more and more data. Now, I think implied in that is that there, when TELUS turns the switch on, it may or may not be a fire hose, because the adoption may be slow at first, but once it adopts, it sticks, and it, at some point it has that hockey stick growth. All right, here's another thing he talked about, Dirty, and I've tried to emphasize it without crediting it to him, but it's not material information. He said that if you are competing, like if TELUS is competing with Microsoft for a company's business, I don't know, he didn't use an example, but let's say it's an accounting firm like Accenture, or an airline firm like American or something. If they're already using Microsoft as their hyperscaler, they're comfortable with Microsoft and they feel safe with Microsoft, and they know or believe that Microsoft will never go down while they're operating. And so he emphasized that Microsoft spent decades building that data center trust, that data center security, and that data center redundancy. And he said it's really hard to do it. And so if you're a new entrant, you don't have that. I can't quite read my writing, but I think he said the conductor allows the branching or the bundling of data centers. Anyway, what he was pointing out is that by using conductor at TELUS, for example, but you need more than one data center, which is why I really think, and that's maybe it was in my head why I asked that question. I think Railtown has a chance to be conductor cloud, because to fulfill the redundancy and the security of data that Microsoft already has, Railtown's conductor has the governance layer, the observability layer. The Rail Engine has the real-time ingestion and adjustment and the stop if there's a bug that's causing a problem, or if the token has gone haywire, or if the product is hallucinating. They have all that. That's the safety from that standpoint. They also have the security to keep the data vertical. In other words, not up on all the internets. So they meet that. But the big thing that he emphasized, Dirty, and the big thing that came across to me, and I woke up thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it for the last week, is redundancy. In order to build an alternative to Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Oracle, you need to provide the sense of security that your AI and your data is not going to be lost, but also it's not going to shut down. And the only way you do it is if there's a problem at the Rimouski data center, conductor sitting right there to instantly microsecond move it to the Buzz Hive data center. And the user doesn't even notice it. And I thought, my gosh, that's the most powerful thing I've ever heard. Conductor can actually act as the conductor. It's a good name. It can actually make the user's experience sitting in the dining room while whatever's going on in the kitchen he doesn't even know about. And that redundancy, this is what, Dirty, that grabbed me. That redundancy is how data centers, that you have one data center, you build one, Nixie builds one up in wherever it is, Montana. You're not going to get the trust of the users or a lot of users, but Conductor can bring you into a network or connect you. And all of a sudden, this whole agglomeration of ragtag data centers can compete with Microsoft and Google and Amazon on redundancy because of Conductor. I hope I explained that, but it to me, that is the single most massive thing that I heard. And of course, I asked a question, which I think got misunderstood, but I asked him, essentially, I was trying to get at that he's going to get a big part of this market. I think he thought I meant, is he going to take it all? I don't think it's about taking it all, but there's something here I'm not sure I can say. Let me just think about it. I'm not going to say the last part because it's too specific. But I will say, he said the only software that can do what I just described is the Conductor platform. Now, I don't know if that's true. I assume other people are trying to do it. But that's pretty powerful, even if that's 20% true. And remember, I'm listening, I'm writing it down. There could be misunderstanding. But let me just assure you, Dirty Randy, that people know about Railtown. We don't, but people know. That's pretty specific. It's not material, but I'm really uncomfortable. I guess Tony's not particularly uncomfortable, so I shouldn't be uncomfortable. I asked him about, is there going to be, when's the aha moment? And he explained to me, yeah, trying to read my notes and organize it. So, Dirty Randy, and I've talked about it. I just didn't attribute it to I didn't make a big deal, make it a big production. But he talked about what's happening with AI right now is what happened to the cloud 20 years ago. It took a while to adopt to the cloud, and it was the same process, service led, then product led. But this time it's going to happen more rapidly. The biggest question enterprises want to know, where is my data going? sounds like a big question. They have legacy data. How do they protect it? How are they assured they're going to keep it? And then I told you already how all of the software of all our lives has been built on SDKs. It's going to ADKs. That's the huge opportunity. And the customer who is valuable is the one that controls the data. That's where the money is. Data, 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 data. He said monetization will happen at the level of ownership of data, not these little developer kits. Yeah, here he is. He said, we're not even at first base yet. And then he said, we're going to have exponential growth. Now, I think he was both talking about the whole AI industry, but I think perhaps he was explaining where Railtown is as well. I'm not a psychiatrist, but that's how I took it. And he emphasized again that they're completely agnostic to data centers. And that's the whole power of it, I think. So you have to pay once you're on the conductor platform. But if you run the conductor platform through a data center like TELUS that Railtown has an agreement with, they get paid on that split as well. That's two sources of revenue. Obviously, consulting is another. Oh, the other thing, Dirty Randy, he spent quite a bit of time talking about, and I've tried to explain it here over the last couple of weeks without broadcasting, hey, I talked to the CEO. But the other thing he emphasized is when you're talking to a customer, what they're seeking, they have three concerns: cost, security, I already described, and redundancy. And so he doesn't think when TELUS opens up finally, which it is already open and it's supposedly sold out, that it necessarily is going to be that quick, because they need the redundancy. But if TELUS becomes part of, if Conductor is that, he didn't say this, this is me leaping to conclusions. If Conductor becomes the front of a series, a network of data centers, well, then no other data center has to build out. They're already in this network. But here's something he talked about, Dirty Randy. If they use Conductor's platform, if let's say a company like, well, he didn't use it in the example of companies. He used it in the example of hotels or Airbnb. But if you're a company, you sign up a contract and you rent GPUs and you pay for that at the data center. And that means you're probably using your capacity maybe 4 hours, 6 hours a day, if that. So if you use the orchestration layer, conductor, and you're the data center, and it's happening at milliseconds, token by token, he compared it to a hotel, and I tried to compare that here as well. If you have a room, to an apartment or a house, you rent it out once. But if it's an Airbnb, like that's a better example that he didn't fully flesh out because he got interrupted. But if you rent a house for the month, you get a certain amount of income. But if you can manage it and rent it out daily or by the weekend and collect the monthly rent, let's say the person renting it for the month only uses it for 1 week a month. And then if you could rent out the other days piecemeal, you increase your revenue. Well, this is the big thing that the software orchestration allows the GPU not to be sold or rented once, but multiples of times. And it's all nano, and nobody knows it's happening. And the redundancy makes sure that the GPUs are there. So the data centers increase their revenue. He used a specific example. If you're selling one GPU for $2.20 to one customer, that's all you do. It's a per seat model, renting it. But it's costing you, it's costing you $2.20 a GPU, but you're renting it to the customer at $1.85, you're losing money. But what if that GPU costs you $2.20 for power, for cooling, all of that, and whatever. But you sell that GPU multiple times for $1.85. All coordinated by the orchestration layer. You take your revenue from a loser to a massive win, and Conductor gets a piece of that. Very powerful. He emphasized that as agents are built on Conductor, that will be monetized. I'm trying to make sure. He told me nothing proprietary or material, but at the same time I want to be careful. He had a 40-page deck. 40 pages. I asked for it. He said, no, you can't have it. And he didn't show it to me, but what it means to me is he is out there talking, I guess, to showing. I would only imagine that would be for partnerships. He did compare as a comp Vercel, and that's a private company. I've mentioned it before without saying where I got the name from. I didn't have to bask myself in glory that I talked to Corey, but I was also trying to be, tight-lipped. But Vercel, it does, I guess, quite a bit of the same thing, but it is dedicated in the Amazon uh, silo. It got valued at, I think, 9 billion. Um, there's some other stuff here which I think is, I mean, it's certainly not material, but I don't think it's my place to talk about it. But it's all good. I'm not trying, and I'm not trying to be coy. I'm just trying to be careful. He did emphasize, Dirty Randy, that they are now in the commercialization phase. All the R&D, all the, not all of it, but the bulk of it, all of that phase is behind them. They're going out and they're commercializing. Now, I didn't ask him, but reading between the lines, I think there'll be some revenue in the second quarter, but I don't expect it to be big. He didn't say anything about it, or not that I remember. He's very excited. He said this is extremely exciting times. And he got impatient with me at one point. I think he had to kind of bite his lip because he told me how important shareholders are. And I might have been interpreting it wrong. I felt like he wanted to say, we don't need you. I've got to get back to work. But he's such a gentleman, and he's always charitable and kind, generous in answering my questions. He always credits to me as if I'm, somehow came up with some smart question. One thing that came across, and I don't think this is promotional, I don't think this is material, but he made it very clear that if you are investing in data centers, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. And if you're counting on people hooking up to your data center, you're going to lose money. But he said, if you have that orchestration layer, that's how to make it profitable. I think that's what he said. We were in a question and answer, and that's how I'm reading my notes. And there was more, Dirty. Maybe I'll make a small presentation on it, or maybe people should just tune in to Tony, because Tony is the man, and he can have a conversation with Corey, and that he's going to be able to process the information. I don't know. But what I took away from my last conversation, or my, I don't know, it was like an hour and a half with Corey, I already emphasized they are commercializing. Whatever conductor does, rather than, maybe I'm going to misquote it, it's the only one that does it, which sounds pretty darn good to me. But offsetting that is, he's not I think some of the blue sky numbers I have where he could go conquer the world, I might be ahead of myself on that. Me. But he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He just said that, for example, he emphasized that sovereignty is important, but it's not the only thing. Sovereignty is it's part of the story, but it's those three things: cost, security, and redundancy. Trying to remember other things that he said. I'll try to do a better summary of it, Dirty Randy. But I think, Tony he's a great guy. He's got your best interests at heart. Just go listen to him. I don't know what to say about it. My feeling is that Tony works for the shorts and that he's here to build his audience, and he's going to keep your money hot. Well, I think in your case, Dirty Randy, you don't need any training, or you're very good at it, managing money and how to trade. My memory, for example, I don't think I was talking to you, but maybe I was. But I think it was either GTII or CRTD. You got, as soon as that guy Frommer, I don't know what that. Maybe he was part of the whole thing, but he changed the deal, and you sold immediately. I was really impressed. So you have the discipline, and you know what you're doing, but not everybody does. Not everybody does. I think Railtown is a once in a well, actually it could be a once in 100-year type opportunity. I'm fully well aware of the risks of a market collapse, of AI having a correction or a burst, but AI is such a broad thing that I don't think when they're talking about an AI bubble, they're talking about Railtown. I don't think they're talking about the orchestration layer or the orchestration frameworks. Corey really tried to get across that the adoption of AI, not chatbots, the adoption by particularly corporate and government industries, is just early days. And as that adoption grows and increases, the total addressable market is massive. He always points out, to me anyway, that there's plenty of room for competitors. One of the examples he gave is there's Ford, there's Chrysler, there's Hyundai, and that's true, and that's maybe what happens here. I'm leaving quite a bit out because I want to be careful, Dirty, but I would like to talk. If he's giving an interview with Tony, then that's a coup. That's a coup for Tony, and hopefully Tony, using his charts and using his amazing ability to call everyone's attention to Railtown, because he read the filings that Railtown was a going concern company, as if that's not on every company. I don't know. A tiger doesn't change its stripes, and Tony is a tiger. So anyway, I don't I don't know. I guess Corey is a gentleman. Tony's audience on this, he didn't get the idea. He got it here. But I guess by talking to Tony, he'll talk to my audience. That's fine. That's fine. And maybe all the people that trash me can just go over there. I don't trust his motives at all. I think he's going to try to turn the money into hot money and sell his service. What is Tony's service? Day trading? Anyway, let's not, I shouldn't talk about that. I hope the call goes well. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, Dirty Randy. I don't know what else to say. Adela, Greg McCabe is awesome. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's beyond awesome. PS71, hello, Sir Bill. Hi. Ward Richardson, the commercialization has begun with WSI. Exactly. It's big, by the way. If you look up WSI, and going back to Dirty Randy, and I can tell you, Ward, he spent quite a bit of time going over. He didn't read it. He didn't pick out the points that he wanted to emphasize, but he, I had already read the press release. Anyway, one of the things that came up was this commercialization, and it's a big deal. He didn't say how big it was, but he clarified that the $500,000 isn't being given. Well, that's how I took it anyway. Isn't being given to WSI. It's being invested in the whole campaign. Now, to me, that implies there might be some revenue split going on. That's how I think, because that's my brain. But the point is, the $500,000 is not just handing it off to a consultant. It's going to be actively engaging and paying for the efforts to essentially go meet the clients that WSI introduces them to, and holding hands, sitting with those clients. It is going to be face-to-face, service-led interaction. And I don't know, that's one of the questions I asked. To me, I thought, I didn't ask it that way, but I thought, that's going to take a long time. But then he pointed out how big WSI is, how many, it could start pretty quickly, but that it feeds on itself. Once you have 20 developers at a company understanding it, they talk to other developers, they adapt it. So it has a self-feeding aspect to it. What else did he say about it? But yeah, on the $500,000, it's not just being given as a check to them. It's somehow, I don't remember how he elaborated it, but somehow it is building the effort. If I had to imagine, it would be like paying for the travel to get to the company, paying for the team to be there, that kind of thing. But money is going to WSI. I don't mean to say it's not, but it's just not like it's, it's not like here's a check. It's a big deal. In other words, it's a real, and he emphasized, and I don't remember now any specifics, but he emphasized that they're very good. This WSI, they're very good. So it's a positive. PS 71. All right, I'll come right back. I see what you're asking. Mad Greek. Hello, sir. Just checking in. I'm watching most days and still holding my Mach 4 shares. Also, we have to be getting close because Roadhouse has been on TV recently. Really? That's funny, Mad Greek. I think he said something about that. I think he said something that money was going to that. It's on TV? Wow. Yeah, he said it's all about now creating comfort with using Railtown. And I think he has every confidence, but he's a gentleman. I'm telling you, he's not like me. He's a gentleman. He would never say anything negative about, for example, Langchain. But I don't know that I don't think he perceives Langchain as the direct competition to what they're doing. But anyway, Langchain got out there, got the message, got adapted, all that. But I think, God, I have to remember. I'll wake up tomorrow remembering Mad Greek. But I think he said something about TV. That's amazing. We have to be getting close because Roadhouse has been on TV. Oh, you're talking about the movie. Sorry, I think Corey said something about TV or advertising. So here I'm being an idiot. I love it that Roadhouse is on TV. I watched that about 2 months ago. That was great. Southern Comfort. Hi, Dad. Hi, Southern Comfort. Good to see you. Ward Richardson. I'm coming back, PS71. Ward Richardson. Yes, the WSI hookup is what I call the everywhere factor. Look, I'm going back to, I think, Dirty Randy and maybe Mad Greek here, even though I misunderstood Mad Greek. I really think this is the start of a professional campaign, not, hey, William, I'll give you $100,000 if you go out and promote my stock, which he's never, he offered me a hat once. I never even got a hat. I bet Tony got a hat. But anyway, all right, PS71. I'll start with this one first and go look up Tony on YouTube. He has over an hour recorded. Sounds a lot like you. Is that a compliment? Or an insult? Wants to see revenue projections and dates. I only listened to about 2 minutes of it. Well, he sounds a lot like me when I get frustrated. Here's what I think, PS71. And I'm not going to do it right now. I've done it so many times. And I think I'll try maybe taking the advice of Clay. Maybe I'll try it with 3 or 4 different personalities of AI. But I think it's not about revenue. It's not about projections. It's not about dates. Unless, because I know you're just typing, unless depending on how it's said. My impression of Tony, he wants to see backward revenue. Wait 2 years, look back. That's what he said at one point. So I wasn't listening. It was relayed to me. But what I think matters in Railtown is, number one, the size of the market, which this software market is going to be a trillion a year. Now they're only going to get part of it, and we don't have to look at that. But if Railtown is disruptive technology, like Ward says, and if Railtown becomes a standard, but retains its Switzerland nature, I mean, the numbers just begun to boggle your mind. But I think that stuff, that really otherworldly numbers, and I've pointed out my really high targets sometimes 2 or 3 times. I think that'll take care of itself. We need more information. That'll be time. I think the main thing that I'm focused on right now is how do we get it away from the whole Grim Reaper machine, which I think Tony's part of, by the way. Maybe he doesn't know it. But these high frequency trading systems count on gullible, it's not undereducated, it's underexperienced maybe, retail investors hopping to scheme after scheme after scheme. And whether you're just paid monthly to keep that hype going, or someone's financing you, or this is what I get afraid of with Tony. When he talks to management, he can call back. I don't know if he's doing this. This is just a possibility, but it's what frightens me. He can get back to his paymaster, say, hey, nothing's coming up right away. You can still reap, but maybe he's not the one doing it. Maybe it's somebody he's talking to. But I don't trust that avenue, and I've made that clear. I could be wrong, but you got to go with what you see until you see something different. But anyway, what I want to see is, it's not so much that I want to see the revenue. It's not so much that I want for myself to be able to project it. And I don't care really about the dates. I don't care about that. What I do want to see is, and I think we're already seeing it, is a thaw in the quiet period. And I want to see that because news is coming out, I don't think I have to see it. What I want to see is that the analysts inside of a private equity group or an institutional fund or a family office or the whales close to the company, I want them to see it. I don't need to see it. I want them to see it. So my opinion, PS71, is that as news comes out, or press drops, as they say now, as news releases drop, I personally don't think any one news release is going to do much. I, I get all worked up and frustrated and say those kind of things, which of course shows that I'm just like anybody else. But the important thing is, it's not that Railtown's in the news report. It's not that revenue projections are in the news report. It's not that the the split to Railtown is in the news report. None of that. None of it. Why do I say that? Because if we as retail get suckered in, hey, there's news coming, and we all run it up, a la Tony buying the stock at 57 cents. When the news comes out, the high frequency Grim Reapers can crush it down, down, because we're not going to buy anymore. We've already put all our money up. And the news could come out as simple as, I mean, my opinion. Of course, this is my opinion. But the news that came out on the Bell Hive Buzz, BCE, Paraguay, Sweden, all that, my opinion, Railtown's already in it. But that's just opinion. But they didn't put it in the news story. I could be wrong, though. That's the problem. So don't bank on that. But if in that example that Railtown is there, it doesn't matter if I know it. It doesn't matter. What matters is if a handful of institutions in Canada who are allowed to buy a penny stock because that's their mandate, or if a dozen institutions in New York City who have been shut out of every funding round of orchestration layer deals, and they have a mandate to invest funds in the orchestration layer. But guess what? When they look for orchestration stocks, layer stocks, their computer screen doesn't pick up Railtown, because Railtown is defined as a SaaS DevOps story. There's 5,000 of them out there. They don't pick that up. But if you got a dozen institutions, say in New York, that all of a sudden see on whatever screens they have, we don't, like news, let's say this Buzz Hive Buzz digital thing, because it's Texas, their parent company is Texas, and maybe some of those guys are in, girls too, are in the Buzz data center investment that way, and something crosses one of their desks and it has Railtown on it. I don't need to see it. If they see it and they study it out of New York, they call Corey maybe. They call Marwan, they call Buzz. I'm making this up. I have no idea if Railtown is already in it. It's just my suspicion, because I've shown you, Dr. Tom Core has put it up 3 or 4 dozen times. So I'm connecting a dot that does not, doesn't exist, but dots exist. I don't know. I'm connecting them. But anyway, if that example makes sense, it's not that I need that Railtown to announce even the agreement, or for Railtown to announce what the revenue is going to be projected to be, or for Railtown to announce what their split is going to be. I don't need any of that. None. I just want the portfolio manager at one of those dozen New York firms. I want her to see Railtown because she's invested in Hive Digital in Texas, And it comes across her desk and she goes, wow, what about this one? That's what I want to see. And I want to see the description change. And then I would love to see if research could come out to us. Research could come out to us. But that it's all waiting on material information. So I'm, even though I'm frustrated, I don't think that list of things is the most important. To me, the most important is breaking through the material, non-public information enough so that the NDAs and the non-competes and all that disappear, maybe one deal at a time, but they disappear, and that the buying can come in institutionally and maybe on a research level, because here's what you need PS 71 to make the stock go up. If you follow that gimmickry of we need to know projections and revenue and dates and there's going to be a news drop, and well, then you're not invested. You're not invested. You're waiting for the right time to invest, and we all know it's been painful. And you're trying to do as if I could do a better job analyzing Railtown than a portfolio manager at some, AI dedicated fund from Rockefeller Capital. She's got all the access. She's got everything. And then she's got the modeling. And you know what else she has? She understands AI. She understands the data centers. She understands the orchestration flows. She understands what her buddies are bringing her from Sequoia and from Madison Dearborn and from Morgan Stanley, et cetera, et cetera. And so she understands the framework of what she's reading. She can project either with an oh my gosh or I've already heard that before. That's what she does to SaaS stories. She has her computer set. I don't want to hear another SaaS story. I heard it all before. But if she sees that it's an orchestration deal tied to Digital Hive or whatever it's called, and she's already in it in her portfolio, that's the kind of thing that's going to change. And what I'm trying to say to you, PS 71, which I think because of his inexperience and his sheer lack of being in the markets, he doesn't understand. And I get it, because the markets have changed. They really have. They're not the way they used to be at all. But I think with Railtown, this is one of those times where the company is fully funded. Fully funded. Don't you think the BlackBerry guys would have given more money if they needed more money? Don't you think Corey would have raised more money from him if they needed more money? He didn't want to sell too much of the company. So he raised enough. And with all those warrants, which was extremely, extremely intelligent investment banking on the part of Corey, you know what he did? He made the warrants above the market, and he made them short maturity, I think a year and a half each time. And because it's Canada and because they're public, they expire. They have an expiry date. So he built in future capital flows. And yeah, we don't like the price, but hey, that's life. I learned a long time ago raising money, and when I was younger and knew it all, uh, get all mad. Why are you raising money? There was a company. He did a deal in the public, and I had a bunch of shares. He did a deal in a public market at, I think, 550 a share, and his stock was trading at $8 or $9. And I called him up and I said, "Why'd you do the deal at 550?" He said, "Bill, I can't quite get his accent because I haven't talked to him, but he said, Bill, I agreed it. I agreed it." So he honored his word. And so I thought, gosh, he really got burned. But then later on, a year later or so, he raised money at, I forget, in the teens. And the stock never was in the teens again. So it all evens out, probably. But anyway, PS 71, I'm going on too long. I want to emphasize, if we start looking for news dropping that gives us blow by blow numbers, even though I get all worked up and I want to know them, I don't think it's reasonable to think we're going to get that right away. I think we will get enough. And because it's now in a commercialization phase, I think we will get definitive, not MOU. I know a guy and he knows a guy, and they're going to talk to the CEO and we're going to put it in an MOU. And none of that anymore. None of that. I think you'll see definitive things. But I don't think we're going to see revenues, and I don't think we're going to see projections from the company. So that's why when you say revenue and projections and dates, I don't think you'll see dates from the company. I think that's all a setup so that the shorts can come on. Tony is, maybe because he just doesn't know what he's doing, but he's training you to expect these things. So when the news comes out, and it doesn't have that, the Grim Reapers and the heaviness can scare you out of the stock. Say the stock's up at 3 on anticipation, and the news just comes out with a thud. They can sell it down, and they can shake you out. That's why I'm going through this. This is not anti-Tony. I don't even know Tony, but I do believe he's part of it. Now, am I biased? Am I wrong? Maybe. But you know what? I think I'm at a point in this that I think everyone except you, PS 71, and most of the people here are part of it. I don't think Greg McCabe's part of it. I don't think Corey Brandolini's part of it. But I think Brent Sun's part of it. I think Peter Bordes is part of it. It's all my opinion, but it's my experience too. But I don't have any proof, so it's just opinion. I think even Frommer was part of it. I think Reichman definitely may have been part of it. I think they're all part of it. Even the people, the charm boys, as I call them, I think they're all part of it. And the people that come on here with their day trading ideas and the keeping it hot money, whether they know it or not, they're part of it, because these machines work when retail invests on hot tips and doesn't know what the value of the company is. So it quickly goes to emotions, and it quickly goes to fear from greed. That's where they want you. That's why I speak up this way. I use the name Tony because I think things stick in people's memory when you're specific. If I still drank, maybe if I met him, I'd have a beer with him. But I doubt it. I'm not even sure that picture is really he. Maybe it is. But that's one cocksure, know-it-all, shoot first, ask question later guy. And his methodology, PS 71, to wait 2 years for revenues, right size your investment, spread it out over into this popcorn company, that you're not going to get out of this hell if you follow that. I know it maybe works against everything you've been taught, but in this sort of high risk, speculative junk arena, which I think many people here listening, and many don't listen anymore, which is my fault. I'm not blaming them. 65,000 people invested in MMTLP. They had no idea what they were doing. Now, I'm on their side. They should be able to trust the market. They should be able to trust their brokerage firm. They should be able to trust Dan Wagner. They should be able to trust Catherine Rumor. They should be able to trust. But we have to live with the system as it is. It's not going to change until the empire collapses. It just isn't. So we have to live with it. But I don't think Tony, he's not old enough to have experienced what I remember when the markets were real and what's coming for Railtown. The advantage of Railtown, he hasn't paid anybody to promote the stock. He's not out there ginning up the stock with hyped deals. Hey, we're going to have a Bitcoin treasury, and we're going to have a Picasso, and we're gonna bring in somebody that's gonna put money in a commercial real estate fund, and then the 20% they're gonna earn is gonna, none of that. He hasn't done any of that. And you know what he hasn't taken? I could tell on the call I had with him, I wasn't the only one, that he really was biting his lip. I think it was my question. And he's talking to himself. I really appreciate, he's looking off to the side. I really appreciate my shareholders. I really do. You're there when we needed you. And he's talking for about 2 minutes along those lines. And what I'm thinking that what's going through his head, do I have to effing answer this question again? You don't even effing know what you own. That's what I was imagining. He was screaming in his head, and he was tamping it down because he doesn't need retail anymore. He doesn't need to raise any more money. I'm telling you that, PS 71. Railtown does not need to go to the markets anymore to raise money. If they want to, if they want to acquire somebody, or if they want to expand somehow, but they don't need to. He doesn't need me. That's the impression I got. But he was so kind, and I'm not trying to say that that was a conscious thing, and I might be overreading it. I just think he has a lot of frustration because he's like a Michelangelo who sees what the block of marble is going to become David, but no one else can see it. And now he's not saying that he knows exactly how it's all going to shake out. And I think he admitted in my conversation with him, it might have been somebody else's question, just a, small cadre. He admitted that they had started out building Railtown for a specific, I'm using my own words, for specific solutions that they saw. But I think he, like everyone else, did not recognize just how critical this layer was going to become. No one knew for sure. But I think he knew it. He knew it enough to build for it. But I don't think he knew. Perhaps I'm connecting dots again. I don't think he knew perhaps that what he built with rail tracks, which was perfect for what he built it for, and what he built with conductor, which was amazing, and they worked in maybe different use cases, but all of a sudden, if you put them together, this is the answer to this incredible need. And then they had been working on Rail Engine. He told me the Rail Engine was a 2.5 year heavy lift. 2.5 year heavy lift. 2.5 years. He said conductor was the same. I think Rail Tracks is the one that kind of built itself after a while. But I assume that's the one they started with. But he said these are really, and I think it might have been in the conversation a little while ago. He said nobody, I don't know if he said the word nobody can do it, but he said it's going to be a hard work. I think the exact thing he said, to do what we've done would be effing hard to do. So I just don't think that anybody's going to build an alternative to what Railtown has built. Now they're going to cobble things together. And I think that's what LangChain is a bunch of clunky cobbling. Railtown is end to end. When you add Rail Engine in, which apparently took until first quarter to finish, that real-time ingestion and processing, and then you got conductor. That a conductor's the big head honcho here. But with Rail Engine, all of a sudden you're into robotics and taxis. You've got a better solution to movement. I'm trying to remember it, but I think he told me that what Elon Musk has is huge data repositories and movie cameras or cameras. That's not what Railtown's not competing specifically in LiDAR or that. But Railtown, the Rail Engine is what can process all that for robotics. And guess what? It can be quantum computing. They built the big thing that in my conversations with Corey have come across. And I don't go out, hey, and then come away after I've talked to him with this amateur. I mean, it's so pedantic. Well, I want to see revenue projections and I want to see dates. It's just pedantic. It must drive Corey out of his mind. But I shouldn't speak for him. But if it gets into quantum, what Corey has built, he built from the beginning as agnostic to data center. He built Switzerland. And he did it on purpose. The other thing he built was scale PS71. The reason that one of his companies got purchased by Microsoft, as he told me, wasn't whatever the hell the product was, which he was so proud of. He went into with his associate, I don't know if it was Marwan, but he went in to the meeting to pitch to the Microsoft acquisition team, whatever this, I forget now. There's 4 or 5 companies that he sold. I don't think it was the Remax one. It might have been the TiVo one. Whatever it was, he sold to Microsoft. He went in and he gave the presentation to them. He's got the whiteboard and he's prepared for it. And he's a bit of a really smart guy, and he's a very good presenter. And he's extremely intelligent in not only hearing the question, but then answering it. And I would imagine that he did a lot of preparation, and I don't know if he enjoys it, but it takes a lot of energy and effort, and he took it seriously. So anyway, he's in the middle of making this whole presentation to the Microsoft team, and one of the guys is yawning, and the other guy looking at his phone, and maybe somebody else, maybe a woman, I don't know what the sexes were, was just not paying attention at all. And so finally the person in charge just said, Mr. Brandolini, Corey, we don't need to hear all that. He got insulted. He's like, you want to buy, you don't want to hear about, we spent years building this. He said, no, that's not why we want to, that's all good. We've looked at it. It's good. We got it. What we'd like to hear about right now is that. And that was the software that Corey built and his team in whatever that company was, that allowed, once it was installed, to scale. The Microsoft people said, people come and we buy companies and they've built a software, but it doesn't scale. We have to take that software, we have to re-engineer it, and it takes a long time, so that we can put it in our Microsoft system so it can scale. We'd like to know about that scaling that you have right there. I don't know if they ever said that to any other companies. Maybe they did. But the point is, PS71, when Corey built with Marwan Railtown, the first place they went was Microsoft. First place they went was Microsoft. And I've come to find out a lot of people go to Microsoft. But they went to Microsoft. And they said, here's our idea. I don't know if they did it over the phone or at a lunch or something, or in person at a meeting. But they say, here's our idea. Wow, the guy says, according to Corey, or my interpretation, my memory of what Corey told me. That sounds great. And Corey asked, or Marwan did, are you doing this? No, we're not. Are you planning on doing it? Well, we're all covered up. We can't do it. We don't have the resources and all that. I tell you what, why don't you write us a white paper on it, and we'll help you. We'll help fund you. I've since found out that Microsoft does this with a lot of companies, so I don't think it's a secret. But back when I first heard about it, I never said it to anybody. but it's probably in the record somewhere, and it's a long time ago. But Microsoft had to sign, apparently, by the way, a either a non-compete or an NDA, probably a non-compete. They had to sign a non-compete, which is odd as I'm watching Microsoft build a competing product. Makes me wonder how powerful was that non-compete? And then it makes me wonder, is what they're building inclusive of some of what Railtown does? And I don't know if I'm just dreaming and hoping or if that's a possibility. But anyway, they had to sign a non-compete. Non-competes can have termination dates. So that's, 7 years ago. So maybe it expired. I don't know those details. But Microsoft gave, to my memory, $250,000 to a couple of guys and a white paper, 250,000 of compute time to build out their technology. And they did it. And from the beginning, Microsoft and Railtown have been embedded in each other. From the beginning, Microsoft is intimately keeping track of Railtown. It was one of the alarming things that I heard on my first conversation with Corey. He told me that in Microsoft, this is a long time ago, last year, end of last year, he told me that at Microsoft, he explained that it's an arms race going on. Microsoft, Zuckerberg, all these, they're buying anything. And he said they'll probably come to buy us. Somebody's gonna, yeah, I'm paraphrasing, it's my interpretation and memory of what he said. But he said that Microsoft has a policy where at the manager level or some intermediate level, without board approval, anybody can make the decision to buy a company like Railtown for what I remember. It doesn't matter if I'm exactly right, but it was something like 300 million to 500 million, something like that. They could just buy a company, sign the contract, commit Microsoft to buy a company. Of course, they were a responsible layer. And I thought, and I said it, that's not a very high price. And he said to me, well, if on your shares, if you got $2 or $3 or $4 or $5 in a buyout, that would be a good thing. That's a great return. And he said, we sold our first company to Microsoft, and the Microsoft was, what I remember he said, was something like $27 a share. And so we got into it, and we made money in Microsoft. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, Microsoft is way different price today. I don't want you selling to Microsoft because some mid-level manager wrote a check. But so I actually had real trepidation about that. But it never happened, by the way. And it's never going to happen, by the way. But what he did let on to me is that Microsoft pays attention and is heavily involved all along the way. And so it fully backed up my perception when I compared it on my own to this other oil and gas company, that Microsoft is a logical buyer of Railtown. I just didn't want it to be done at $2 or $3 or $4 a share. But guys working on a company at 15 to 30 cents a share, and they get an offer to be bought out, that's a home run. But anyway, what I want to point out is Microsoft is deeply embedded from the start in Railtown. And Railtown built something that Microsoft didn't build, at least at that time. And they solved a problem that Microsoft really appreciated at the time, and it scales. So what I want to point out, PS71, is from the start, he made it agnostic because I think that was his vision. He made it solve a problem nobody else was doing, he and Marwan. I think personally, looking back, they were building 2 or 3 or 4 different tools, and they were going to maybe, market it differently or build one. I don't know. Come what may. But then over the last year or so, they've combined them. And that might be one of the things we feel like we've been waiting for. But he made it agnostic, and he can make it scale. That's the real thing I want to say to you, is Microsoft loved his first company because it would scale, and Corey built Railtown to scale. He can go from 100 users to 10 million users with no additional cost, or whatever the number is. That's huge. So if this ever gets going, it can scale. I don't know if these other things can. But Railtown is in a position that if it ever gets out of the lawyers' clutches, that's my opinion, they're in the lawyers' clutches. Another interpretation, I showed it to you the other day, PS71, the consortium that TELUS has just set up might be a prelude to the next thing, which might be, consortium makes me think of government funding, AI for all, Mark Carney. And it might be a prelude to TELUS and that consortium getting funding, and at the beginning of the linking of a Canadian alternative. Because, look, I ain't no genius compared to the Canucks up there. They know to compete with the hyperscalers, they have to have a viable alternative. To me, that means they've got to build something that competes with the hyperscalers on scale, on security, on trust, on redundancy, and on cost, to name a few. And oh, by the way, sovereignty. And if they're going to do it in Canada, they have to solve the things that Railtown solved. Now, there's people, including I hope he's still a friend of mine who really feels like Railtown took too long. I'm interpreting what he said. Railtown took way too long, and you have to give up on it. And there's an aspect of that in technology. But what if Railtown wasn't prepared with their platform? They had something that became Conductor. They had Lang Tracks that's still Lang Tracks. They had something that became Rail Tracks, and they really didn't have Rail Engine yet, but they had these different things. And they hadn't maybe put it all together in a platform as an orchestration layer yet, to be on top of TELUS and NVIDIA and Zaid Atufat Shamsi's stack. And maybe in September, they realized they had to put all that stuff together. And, and they couldn't tell anybody about it. But it was exciting. They had all the pieces. And pretty darn exciting. Maybe that's what happened. But anyway, Railtown's technology PS71 is built to scale. It's agnostic. It does exactly what, if I were Canada, I'd have to do something. No, if I were Canada, I would be building a supercomputer, which is what Canada's going to do. They say it. So it's going to have to have all of those items. And guess what? The only thing that makes it work is conductor with rail engine. Conductor and rail engine and rail tracks. It's the only thing that makes it work. So maybe what's going on is that consortium that Bell Canada, or no, it's whatever the hell, TELUS announced. Maybe that's the prelude to the next step. Maybe Canadian funding. Maybe an announcement on a bigger level. Or maybe what I wonder is if TELUS, if Conductor and TELUS, the consortium, if they can help a bunch of ragtag use that data center that Nixie supposedly, some guy named Gupta is building. I mean, he's probably a good guy, but I mean, it's like, oh, wow. It's just stranded. But if you can get that data center into a network, like a neural network, connecting a bunch of batteries by cable so that you can, light up a tower. What Canada can do to compete with the hyperscalers out of the box is link Uniserve with TELUS, maybe with Bell, maybe with a bunch of other data centers out there. And Railtown is the piece that connects it all. And then Railtown, now I'm getting into my dream phase. I've not heard this, and it's probably too greedy. But Railtown becomes the cloud. Railtown Conductor becomes what everybody around the world or in North America signs up with. And behind it, it's all these data centers. And maybe we're waiting for that agglomeration who's waiting for the government, who's waiting for that consortium, and maybe it's starting to flow. So anyway, that's a long, I don't know why I rambled that way, PS71, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for revenue in a PR. I'm not looking for projections in a PR. I don't think you'll ever see the company make a projection, ever, ever, ever. And dates, I don't think the company will ever give specific dates. That's just, they don't do that. Analysts do. But analysts can't, nobody can do anything until there's material non-public information. And I think we're starting to see the cracks. And I'm starting to think that TELUS consortium is a big deal for us. I might be wrong on the hive, buzz, bzz thing, but why does Dr. Tom Core highlight it so much? I don't know. All right, let me see if they ever came out with a Form 7. No. You know, this water is going to boil as soon as we leave the room. Um, PS 71 compliment said high risk until there is revenue or projections. I don't see, I mean, obviously, Railtown has to be described as speculative. I don't see it as high risk. I don't see it as junk. I think it's the furthest, as a girlfriend used to say, thing from high risk. But it depends on your definitions. When I worked on Wall Street, we research and they change it, but research was classified in various categories. Pink sheets you just didn't touch, but now the market where we all are is essentially the pink sheets. But pink sheets, if you went there, good luck. But we had the over-the-counter market, the NASDAQ market, the American Stock Exchange, and the New York Stock Exchange. And then you had some other exchanges, but that was the main thing. And so you knew by the exchange, perhaps, what you were getting into. But they would rank them basically in 4 categories: high risk, speculative, growth, and income. Or they would rank it uh, uh, high risk, speculative, um, accumulate. You know, they had different, they all had, there was always different definitions, and they would describe what it meant. I do not see Railtown as high risk. We've already lived, PS 71, you have, most of the people here, we've already lived through the biggest risk of all in Railtown. The biggest risk of all in Railtown was time. And you can see the frustration I have. We're back to August vacation. I can't believe it. But you know what? It's not that much time. It's there. The company is now in commercialization, and I expect it to grow at a clip that we're going to realize this wasn't a lot of time. But it has been frustrating. That risk is real, but it's already over with. It's already over with. Secondly, the risk is that the high frequency traders, the boo boys, the charm boys, the day traders, the skimmers, from all different directions are going to get you to sell out. Now, in retrospect, you could have sold this stock at 45 cents 6 months ago and be buying it back now. In retrospect, you could have sold the stock, I don't know, 45 days ago at 30 cents and be buying it back now. But I think, and we're about to see it, I think the risk you would have experienced selling it is that something happened quickly. And it hasn't, you know that now, but we didn't know it as we're going. So I think you're about to see why I'm so stubborn that you shouldn't day trade this stock. Because you won't get back in when it starts to move. That's my opinion. But he talks about risk, high risk. What's the risk? He doesn't know the story. He doesn't know the story. They're fully funded. They're not going to do a toxic financing. They're in commercialization. They've finished R&D, essentially. I mean, you never finish R&D on a software company. But they're going to start getting revenue. That's a pretty big step. They have no debt. No debt. Their product's completely built out, unlike a lot of these other companies that had to raise money to build their product. Railtown's product is built. I'm sure they will add to it and build other things. What's the risk? The bloody thing trades for 20 cents, 23, 24 cents. Yes, that's 50 million in market value. What's the risk? That the company never does revenue? Well, I think that's not a risk. And I don't want to bore you with the 4 or 5 different, the AIP and the data center and the question is how much revenue and what multiple. Well, that's a risk of the upside number, that the revenue is less than 50 million a year, and that the multiple is less than 20x. Okay, but that's upside. What if the revenue is only $10 million? And remember, where he gets it wrong, it's forward revenue. It's projectable revenue. What if it's $10 or $12 million? Remember, $12 million is where Lane Chain went public at one point. Well, not public. They raised money. Post money, $1.25 billion valuation on 12 million in revenue projected. That was the low end. High end was 16 or 18 million projected. Well, what if they do 12 million and the multiple's only 10x? Well, you double your money from here. Is that risk? I don't think so. The risk is our emotions. The risk is that we get out of it. And what I will submit to you, and I don't know Tony personally, but people like Tony want you to think Railtown is risky, just like all the other crap. I'm trying to hammer it. Just because it's a great company and just because its prospects are good, it is not immune to the grim reaping. It's not immune to that. So it's going to look like all of those stocks. And I would say there was a risk, really, before I got involved, that when Corey came down here, got lined up on the over-the-counter because he thought he could raise some money down here, there was a risk he would have destroyed his whole company, just like MMAT did, by taking toxic financing and working with guys, in my opinion, like Tony. But Tony's tangential to the guys that are at the heart of it. But that's gone. That risk is gone. So I don't see any risk in Railtown unless you have a time horizon, unless you're in Railtown right now and you need the money September 15th. Well, okay, if you're defining it like that, then I'd have to agree there's risk. If you absolutely must sell your stock at a short deadline, I'd say there's risk. You could have a significant loss. If AI crashes, I've spent quite a bit of time the last 2 or 3 weeks. I approached it from the data center financing that is heavily offloaded on naive retail and wealth advisor types through these annuities, which is a complete ripoff. The wrapper of annuity allows them to charge retail 10% up front, get a 1% trail, and rewrite the contract later on. So all of those annuities are going to be 4% at best, tied up money, and probably litigation. But I tried to show you that. Why? Because that probably is where AI is going to blow up. But it's not Railtown. It might be, it might blow up in Oracle, I showed you today. But that's not Railtown. And I don't think a $50 million stock is going to go to zero and out of business. But I can't hide the fact if they do not get revenue, but they're doing it now. But if they do not get revenue, they'll run out of money and they will have to issue stock where the people that work in this whole grim reaping complex will keep the pressure down. And he'll probably have to do another funding at a low price. And if Tony, I don't know if Tony personally does it, but people like Tony can convince you it's high risk, and then they can keep the pressure on the stock price because there's no buying, and it gets down to 20 cents and 15 cents, which can happen. I'm not saying the stock can't fluctuate. I'm not saying that there's a floor on the stock price. I just think if it's down, it's going to be temporary. But if they can convince you it's just like the rest, you'll dump your stock. And the people that really are paying for all of this take their profits. And any financing is done at 15 cents instead of 30 cents. That's their game. I don't care how nice it's presented to you, how eruditely. That's their game. And so if you're saying, if one is saying that Railtown will fluctuate in price and that Railtown could take another 6 months and it could go down to 15 cents, yeah, if that's your definition of risk, sure. I don't think it's going to happen, but that can happen. But I've tried to show that even if I think there's a risk to the stock market, Oracle, for example, I think there's a risk that the AI story could blow up. And the longer it takes, it bothers me. But I've tried to show that with the Canadian government backing, with the AIP roll-up possibility, and I think PS71, no one's told me this, but the whole roll-up strategy of the AIP partners, which I'm telling you the Grim Reaper heaviness complex knows, they want to keep the price down, so rolling up companies becomes dilutive. It doesn't work. So that model that Leonard did at Constellation Software, they suppress it. Why? Because they're all knowing and they're so great and they deserve all the money. They're just a bunch of thieves, but the attorneys protect them. But what if PS71, Tom Core, whose whole background is financing companies with government funds, what if the amalgamation with digital, which is critical to qualify for the AI for All funding, and they did that amalgamation last year, probably Tom Core knew what he was doing. And what if, with the TELUS case, it waited for dotage? And what if the June 1 deadline became the supra reason why Railtown had to zip their lip? But just because the application deadline was June 1 takes a while to process. But just what if PS71 in order to finance the AIP partnerships and potentially do the kind of roll-up strategy, it's initiated with government funding. That money's there. You've got John Ruffalo. You've got Atufat. You've got Mike Norbrega. You've got the BlackBerry guys. I don't think there's any risk in Railtown. Now, I do want to put it, PS71, I'm putting it in the bucket of the entire universe Tony ever talks about. But the entire universe that I've come to know this audience only trades in. I'm not saying it's got no risk compared. Well, you know what? Right now, if you asked me, would I rather put money in a 10-year treasury, which is supposedly the safe asset in portfolios that everyone benchmarks to, or Railtown? I'd say Railtown, hands down. Do you want to put the money in a 10-year treasury or an ORI under natural gas and oil wells? I'd take that all day long. It's tied to inflation. It protects from a collapse in the dollar. But anyway, I want to say I'm talking in this bucket, which is a risk bucket. It's that high risk speculative bucket. But speculative didn't always mean that you were going to lose your money in the rankings that the brokerage firms gave. You had to read the definition. High risk did mean that it, but I don't see Railtown as high risk. I think it was. I think there are risks, PS71, but I think the risks are more about the magnitude of the upside and the magnitude of the market. I think the risks also are kind of a bigger picture. Will AI get adopted? And it already is. But I don't know. I guess we could go backwards. It's always possible. Those are kind of bigger things that apply to anything you invest in. But just in the context, you've already lived through the risk of Railtown. You're about to get the reward. And anybody that says it's high risk right now, until there's revenue, I think is doing a great disservice to his investors. If you wait for revenue or you wait for projections, I think the stock will easily be $5, $7, $8. It could be 15 if you wait. Because the next thing, if the first revenues are small, he's going to say, that didn't mean anything. I really think focusing on revenues and focusing on projections is a setup to crush us. If it goes up and the revenues are a little bit, short term, boom, it's down and we get out. That's what I'm afraid of, PS71. And that's why I'm going on and on and on. Doesn't matter what we see revenues. If Tony sees it, he wouldn't know a revenue from a schmevenue. What matter in this space? What matters is what the people that are managing all those hundreds of millions and billions of dollars who are mandated to invest in AI. It matters what they see and if they model it. And see, they can model without seeing Railtown's so-called projections. They have the confidence to see, it's an orchestration frameworks layer, and it's got this, and this, and it's sovereign, and it's neutral, and it's agnostic, and they signed up with that and that. Well, the addressable market is this, it's growing at that, and they can act without this dunderdead, backward looking. Anyway, let me leave it there. If you follow this, that it's high risk and you got to wait for all that, you're going to miss the trade of your, I think, the trade. And you know what? If the stock were $2.50, if the stock were $5, I would agree. I don't know if I'd agree high risk. I'd still say it was speculative, which is a step up from high risk. But if the stock were $15, $20, $25 and you didn't know the revenues, yeah, maybe. But I think by then there'll be research, and then you'll see projections in the research. And it doesn't matter. Research analysts aren't always right. What matters is what the buyers do. The real buyers, not Tony, not me, the real buyers. Let me just tell you, PS 71. If an institution out of New York is looking at Railtown now, I don't know that, but let's just say one is. They would be exempt from any NDAs or any whatever they sign. They'd be exempt from that. So they'd have to do their own research. They could not get access to material non-public information, but they could get general access to information that all of us, we have and we're talking about. What if an institution in New York, and I'm picking New York because it's away from all those NDAs. What if an institution in New York goes through their process, not the dundered head way that it's amazing to me that someone with such rudimentary skills can appear like an expert. It's just amazing. But that's the state of the market today. People are just told to buy an ETF or manage money. But what if a real professional institution in New York who has a mandate to invest in this space and they have a strategy decides to buy? Are you going to know about it? And I'm not picking on you, obviously, but in general, are we going to know about it when she decides to start buying? No. Is she going to announce it? No. Are we going to know that she received all the information pretty much that we've put together, but she puts it in the framework of her research department and her analytical skills? Are we going to know about that? No. Could she have some access to information that we don't have? Like that example, if TELUS Digital is her client down in Texas, and should she invest or not invest? I don't know. She'd have to get an answer from her attorney or her compliance, but I have a feeling she can still go ahead and invest because she doesn't have necessarily material information. That'd be up to her compliance department. But what if she starts investing, PS 71? Is she going to buy 100,000 shares? Let's say it's 100 million, 200 million fund, small fund. Is she going to buy 100,000 shares? Let's say that's probably too small for New York. let's say she has a $500 million fund dedicated to AI, and she decides to buy. And what if she's looking at it right now? Do you think AI, Railtown's the secret? Do you think Railtown being a solution to the TELUS data center stack is a secret? Do you think Shamsi Atufat joined Railtown because it's a secret? I, I think we would be very gullible to believe that industry people do not know about Railtown already, particularly at the data center stack level. Let me put it this way. Anybody in the data center business that's building NVIDIA stacks and calls Zaid Atufat Shamsi, do you think, I mean, unless there's a competitive reason that he's forbidden, but do you think if it's an ally of TELUS, an ally of Canada, do you think he's not going to tell them about Railtown? How are you making that NVIDIA HPE stack work? We're having a problem getting the raw iron to provide the, all the things they need, the whole list of things that I keep repeating. How are you doing it? Well, we use Railtown. Oh, yeah? I've never heard of Railtown. How'd you find them? Well, we've worked with them for a few years, and their product is amazing, and we're installing it on all of our data centers in Canada. I'm making it up, but I can imagine Zaid Atufat Shamsi could say that. Well, then so my point is, do you really think it's a secret? Do you think that Tony needs to hear about it before the stock goes up? This is insanity. I'm telling you, retail brokers are at the ass end of the information channel on Wall Street. The only person further down the ass end is retail clients. And Tony is not a retail broker. He has no access to retail information, Wall Street information flow. One of the greatest things of working on Wall Street that I took for granted, you were plugged into information. Plugged in. And information is how you make money. But by the time it gets down to Tony, the stock will be already up. So it's a bad strategy, waiting. I don't think she would buy 100,000 shares. I don't think she would buy 1 million shares. If she really liked it, she'd want to own 5, 10, 20% of the company. She would probably put a call in to the company and say, I want to build a position here. I'm willing to buy 10% of your company in an offering. And luckily for us, I think Corey would say no. He doesn't need the money. He knows what he's doing. So when she goes to buy 10% of the company, or let's say she wants to buy 4.99% so she doesn't have reporting rules. Call it 5% for easy arithmetic. At 234 million shares, call it 200 million shares for easy arithmetic. She has to buy 10 million shares, or actually closer to 11 or 12. What do you think that's going to do to the stock price? And what does it do to the risk profile? He's going to be cheating anybody listening to his advice. He's going to be cheating them of that one day. Oh my gosh, what happened to this stock? And then when it's up, he's going to have you in their head that it's risky. And he's going to say, well, it's nobody goes broke taking a profit. We have to right size it. Railtown is going to go to where it's supposed to go based on revenue projections. Yes, based on the what they claim of the over market over time. But it's going to be people who do the analysis inside these funds, once it gets over $5, inside the big brokerage firms and put out research. It's not going to be done by listening to Tony or to me for that matter, except I'm in a way, I'm doing what this woman would do at this New York institution. I'm making it up. I'm trying to get in because that's how you make money on Wall Street. Not getting in with the crowd, not getting in after Tony knows about it. Getting in when you're putting the dots together before it happens. And I don't see any risk in the context of the speculative bucket. This space, I think the risk has been wrung out of Railtown. I think the real risk is listening to this amateur advice and getting out or getting shaken out or, everybody's got to do what they got to do. But if it goes to $5, what do we do? I don't think we have enough information, but I'm not sure if you listen to this, you're even going to own your whole position at $5. And I really think the stock, I'm not going to, it's late now. I'm not going to do it tonight again. But if we start seeing the revenues projected, I think, in research reports, not from the company, you'll never see that. At, I don't know, 100 million a year, 150 million, and then the growth, my gosh, you're not going to want to have gotten out. Anyway, I've made my point on that. I want to get back to your other question, though. Rail to own. I like that. Very clever. Rail to own. Rail to own. You got to put another O in it. Rail to own. I like it. Very clever. You get a extra shovel of coal. Sung Hee. I just briefly looked over his YouTube. The title sounded like he interviewed Corey, but there is no Corey interviewed, simply Tony's explanation. Not sure. Well, I don't know. Look, it's not personal. I don't know Tony. Maybe I'm completely misreading the guy, but the advice and the message I am trying to speak against rather adamantly, because if you act on that, Sung-hee, I think the biggest risk to this story is that AI just implodes and everyone says, we got to go back to desktop, PCs and servers at home and dial-up connections. I don't think that's happening. The other thing is, if there's a collapse in the market or a collapse in AI and a collapse in funding, there will be a prolonged period again of the whole space just maybe going sideways or some things. But that, I mean, that might happen. But there's always commerce, even in a depression, even in a market collapse, commerce continues. And it becomes, instead of a stock market, remember the stock market right now is 7 or 8 companies, basically. AI is 7 or 8 companies, basically. When they say the market, when they say technology, when they say AI, they're basically talking about 8 companies and the ETFs in them and the wealth advisors in them. And it's basically, that's what it is. Well, if it corrects, there's still an economy. People are still going to use software. And the people using AI already, it's going to still grow, but they're going to need this orchestration layer. Now, I guess the other thing is, could it be that the company takes the toxic financing? I don't think so, but that's a risk. Could the company, I don't think they will. Could the company sell too soon? That almost certainly, that's a risk. That the company gets, either the company agrees or there's a hostile takeover and it's sooner than we want. But you know what? We're probably talking, 15, 20, 25, $30 takeover. I would consider too low. But I don't think we're looking at a $5 takeover, but even at $5, it's a nice return. I don't know what the other risks would be. I just think the risk is, I think the stock is mispriced. And I think the stock is priced right now for all the risk in the world. All the risk in the world. And revenue is going to come oozing out of Railtown from all different places. And they don't need to sell stock there. I don't see the risk. Anyway, Sung Hee, thank you. Very kind of you. I want to go back to PS 71 and then I'll sign off, although this might take a little while. PS 71, not to be negative, if the cram down option is what happens, can you guesstimate a share price to get rid of us? Or would our shares be good as theirs? I don't know. I don't think look, I'm not going to let a cram down happen without me stepping in and giving an alternative to the board and to shareholders. I will hire an attorney. I have to come up with money I don't have, but I have an attorney in mind, and I will look. Right now, the board at the company is controlled by the private, if we can call it a private equity firm, the funding firm that is the most likely to do that. I'm not sure they will, but I haven't seen anything, but it's just standard operating procedure for a New York private group. That's how they do it. And it's just business, But what I would do, PS 71, is, and I'm working on it now, is go in and make an offer to fund that's fair to everybody and put that in front of shareholders as a vote. And it may be that me and my group, whatever it is, doesn't win, but it'll change that other deal. It'll make that other deal better, at least. What I would imagine would happen, PS 71, is that it'd be pretty bad. If a cram down comes, I think it'd be pretty bad. I think what would happen is there's two paths. And I haven't been able to talk to the one guy for weeks. And I tried again, as I promised to today. I'm starting to worry about it. But there is a methodology that is going to knock your socks off if it's proven to work, which I have every reason to believe it does. But I can't really disclose it or talk about it in detail. So that's one path. The other path is the company is actively getting alternative methods. And my guess is those are going to come down at they'll be good, great returns, but it'll be very disappointing compared to either. So the real question is the company going to fund it that way or fund it the other way? And so that's one decision that has to be made. And I don't know. It seems logical to me. Everybody would go with the best way, but you never know. It's human beings. So that's one thing. Secondly, I think the first offer will be something like this. We will buy. That's the problem. The leases are coming up. Oh my gosh. I better make sure. They might be trying to wait till the leases expire and they'll just buy the company. I better check on that. I'll try to do that tomorrow. My understanding, the leases have been paid this year, but they come up in the summer. They might be just trying to wait it out. I'll go get the money to get the lease. It's not a lot of money. I'll go get the money. I better check on that. To my memory, it's August. Anyway, so what I think the deal would be, and I'm just guessing, would be we will pay for everything. Now they'll drib and drab it out. They won't write a check for 10 million or something. They'll just manage a budget, maybe $1 million, $1.5 million. Then it goes to 2 million, and they'll get the product proven, and then they have all the upside in the world. They can borrow money against it. They can project finance it. They can sell it. They can JV it. So they've locked it down for a few $1 million, the whole thing. And then what they'd offer to the shareholders, I think, is this will be presented. We'll pay for everything. It doesn't mean anything really. It'll be very little. We're taking over, and we'll give you out of the revenue. So if there's no revenue, you don't get it. But out of the revenue, I would imagine they would offer 20 cents, 25 cents, 40 cents a share. And they might give an override that could add, 5 or 10 cents a year. No, I wouldn't think that much. Maybe a penny or two a year. It wouldn't be a good deal. And I want to make sure that doesn't happen. But I haven't been able to get a hold of anybody. Yeah, our shares would not be as good as theirs. They would just take the project. Their shares and our shares would probably be the same if they own any. But that's not how they'd get paid. They'd have a new co. They'd have the leases. They'd have the gold, and they'd have everything. We would just have a contract with them that out of the revenue they generate, maybe we would get, I don't know, everybody, we only own a percentage, but maybe we would get $250 million in revenue over time at roughly, 25, 30 cents, 40 cents a share, depending on how many shares are out. And maybe they'd be generous enough, bold enough to give us a tiny revenue, net smelter interest. And then the company would just exist to distribute the checks. I think it'd be a bad deal. But you know what? The upside is so gigantic that any override could be meaningful. But I'm going to fight as hard as I can. I've already been doing it. I'm just really confused why I haven't gotten a phone call back. And I just thought of something, PS71. It might be they're trying to wait for the leases to expire so they can go buy them. I'll find out about that tomorrow. I will. It's too late tonight to call them. All right. PS71, I hope I answered the question. We can talk about it again, but I'm dead tired. And look, on all this other guy stuff, it's not about him. It's just if you get into that mental framework, you're not going to treat this as the professionals you all have become. You have become, yes, it's a speculative hedge fund. Yes, we've concentrated this position, no question. But once it starts, once the value position changes, we'll unconcentrate it when it makes sense, but not at a buck. Because then you're going to be, it's just not going to be pretty if it starts to run. Yes, there's risk, and I've mentioned them all along. We've got to be aware. I'm not saying diamond hands, but my gosh, all that's happened is time. That's been our biggest risk. Nothing has happened to change the thesis for investing in Railtown. We can make up a ghost of a story that, oh my gosh, they needed to get it done in a year's time, or the whole technology has passed them by. But we don't know that. That's just we're just making that up. That's because it happened before. It could be, a year went by because they had to adapt their technology to a technology that's just a borning, a market that's just a borning, an opportunity. In its nation state. I don't know. But nothing has happened to disprove The Railtown story. Yes, it's a 50 million market cap with no revenue. Yes, that's high. That is high. But they're about to have revenue. And once they start having revenue, they're always going to have revenue and it's going to grow. So that time, that whole awful period is over. And they just put out the press release. It's being commercialized as we are going. It's the wrong time. It's the wrong time to lose heart. It really is. I am worried about the overall market and the war and oil prices. And Trump has a habit of pulling victory out of disasters, so we'll see. But there's so much bloodshed, so much hatred, so much anger. Those poor people are spending the night in sweltering heat without water and without air conditioning. What the hell did they do to deserve it? It's awful. T. Alex says, yes, Ward. What did Ward say? The hookup is what I call the everywhere factor. Yep. So I'm going to put this out. This is the best. This is, maybe I'll use that tomorrow. Rail to own. Anyway, sorry I went on too late. Sorry to impose on your time. This is not the time to see. I think it's still the time to concentrate your speculative, high risk, short squeeze bucket all into Railtown. And I'd go further than that, but it's not the time to lose heart. I think it's about the time where things are going to get pretty exciting. And with that, I think it's almost Saturday. I'll try to maybe come on tomorrow, but I'll aim for Sunday night unless I get too tired. That's the thing. Sometimes I do. So anyway, with that, I want to appreciate that everybody is here. I think you guys are great getting through this. I may not do it perfectly, but I am trying as hard as I can to radically change how you look at the stock market and how you look at this whole $5 and under stock. There, you can't win, except every now and then there are stocks that you can invest in. They are investable. And I'm not going to go through the whole list. We've spent days and weeks doing it. But I think Railtown, and I forgot to go over Total Metals. I think Total Metals meets that too. And we'll try to talk about that Sunday night or sooner. So with that, peace and out.